Yo, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and I have the home. Well, let me go ahead and start doing the introduction real quick. So I have two, guests that's up in this panel for the very first time, and I also have Miss Onshun with me. But let me go ahead and I'm going to bring the guests in. So shout outs, and man, I forgot to add my sound bits real quick. But shout outs to Sherrod from the Kingz table. Salutes to you. And then shout outs to Miss Latricia James. Salutes to you as well. And Miss O'Shawn, aka Lola, good to see you as well.
Hey.
All right. So tonight's topic, if you saw the title already, it's called How to Pick a Black Man. Okay? Now, look. Now, to get from this title for sound suspect, right? This is not us trying to teach Black women how to pick up men like us. Okay? What you're going to be watching, okay, it's going to be two women from overseas. And they're going to give you guys some tips. They're going to teach you women how to pick up a brother. Okay? So before we start music, because I want to make sure, okay, everybody's doing good. Like, Sherrod, you had a good day so far?
Say that again. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Oh, my mic's far. I was saying, Sherrod, you had a good day so far?
Oh yeah, man. Excellent day, man. I can't complain at all, man. Can't complain at all. Still in the land of the living.
That's good. And Miss Latricia, how are you tonight?
I'm good. It's a good day. It's Monday.
It's Monday, yes. The beginning of the week.
All right.
I almost forgot. And then Lola, Miss O'Shun, how are you doing tonight?
I'm fired up, but you know why I'm fired up?
I mean, Miss O'Shun, I think it's going to be like a great week for you. I can already predict that. I can't say the same for other people, but for you, oh yeah, you're going to have a blast. All right? All right, let me see. So, anyways, let me go ahead. We're gonna start off with this video. So let me go ahead and I'm going to do my screen share. All right. Let me see what's going on. Oh, there we go. All right. So before I begin, I gotta make sure I gotta hit the fair use disclaimer because you never know, because YouTube is a stickler for things when you're playing videos. So let me just make this clear, okay? Each video that I play is copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of Copyright 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is used as permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips. The balance of favor of fair use. Okay? Now, since I got that out of the way, let's go ahead. We're going to start with two Filipino ladies teaching women, Black women, how to get a Black man. And as you can see, the ball smiles, they're feeling themselves. Let's go ahead and play the video.
As you know, I have a Black husband. Hi, I'm Yawan. I don't have tongue fever. I have tongue fever. So today we're going to teach you how to pick up a Black man. First of all, you have to be sexy. Usually Asian girls, they like to be cute. Like Asian. Yeah, like Asian. Number two, you have to be extra sweet when you're talking. Yeah, so be sweet. Be extra sweet. They like booties. Okay? Lots of guys, they like booties and booties. But Black guys, they especially have very big love for booties. Always remember, When you see them, booty out. When you're even sitting, booty out. When you're wearing a dress, you have to emphasize your booty.
You know, I think that was like the cutest thing I ever saw. Right? You gotta emphasize like your butt tops, like like your board cheeks. Because the way how they was trying to show their backside, I was like, thank God for social media for pure entertainment. This is one of the reasons why I don't even watch TV no more.
Yeah, it's off the chain. That was. I think she's actually trying to tell Asian and Filipino women how to pick up a black guy.
Black man.
A black man. And it's funny because she says that, hey, I have a black husband, so I guess that makes her the subject matter expert because he has a black husband. It's like, hey, I have black friends, one of those, so
Right.
She wanted to make sure that she was qualified, and then she proceeds on, which is hilarious.
Right.
But Miss James, is there any truth to what she's saying?
I mean, the black woman is built a certain way, so of course, naturally, the black man likes the black woman, how she's shaped in her body. I mean, but to say that, I don't know, that was just weird to me because they're not even, that's not their makeup. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I get her trying to tell the other Filipino women or whatever other women how to get one of our men, but we don't have to do that. We're made like that already. So what's the point of it for us? But I really believe it's for them.
Okay. And I could stand corrected because sometimes we could kind of take things to the left side of things, but they probably are teaching their own culture certain techniques because of what they see how black men kind of operate when they go overseas. And before I highlight the comments, let me get to like Lola real quick, and then after that, then I'll get to the comments, guys. I forgot about y'all.
All right, so okay, I don't find anything remotely cute or non-serious about this. It's like when you look at first off what they not talking about, that should tell you they don't respect black men and they think of black men as the lowest of the low, despite the pleasantries. Notice what they're not saying you have to do to catch a black man. As number one, off rip, they're telling you when you want to catch a black man, appeal to his lowest nature. Don't try to engage him in terms of, intellectually. Don't try to meet him halfway in terms of his culture. Just stick your ass out, because in reality, that's all they looking for. And they probably looking for some macaroni and some poke. That's about all them women really see these men as. And I'm sitting here like, this is supposed to, it's just like if a white man said, here's how you pick up black women. Make it rain on them when you see them, and then tell them, hey, I'm the one. Okay, that's not a fucking compliment. I'm sorry, that's not a compliment. So why, like, how in the world do people sit there and see that and not see the racism in it, not see the elitism in it? Because let me ask these bitches a real question: How the fuck do you get Asian man? Since it seems like y'all can't get one of them because you leaving them niggas. Like, how do you get an Asian man? Do you stick your ass out for the Asian man? Because last I checked, they like ass too. Last I checked, they do the same shit black men do. So it's like they want somebody to talk sweet to them too. So how do you get an Asian man? And why is it that you can't get an Asian man, Miss whatever your name is? I don't want to get into no racist shit right now, right? Okay, I'm trying not to be racist. Everybody knows sometimes I can go off the deep end. But I mean, I'm just wondering, because I'm sitting here like, yeah, on any other day, if a black woman said all you gotta do is basically turn around and show them you got a little ass and throw a feminine voice on and they be fine just so you can pick them up. A black man will turn around and say, like I've heard many of them say, I'm not trying to deal with you because you look pretty. There's 1,000 bitches that look pretty. What are you bringing to the table? And this is the shit that I'm talking about. When it comes to black women, we gotta be asked a whole line of questions, right? and we gotta bring something to the table. You know, it's like they say, bring ass to get ass. Oh no, we gotta bring something. But these bitches ain't talking about what they bring to the table. They talking about, as they say, be extra sweet. Bitch, be your fucking self. Are you sweet or not? Why the hell do you have to be something extra? Like, nobody wants fake shit. And that's what I'm saying. When these men get with these women, then when shit hit the fan, everything goes south. You know why? Because these women were just playing up a certain aesthetic that they know these dudes are looking for, and niggas is too dumb to see. Ain't nobody your fucking friend out here. Like, ain't nobody your friend. These Asian chicks didn't struggle in the mud with you. They struggled in the mud with their own men, and you see how their own men treat them. So don't sit here and act like these, like that. I'm sitting here hearing this whole that whole little spew, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? But go ahead though. I don't want to do it, but I'm just saying.
I agree.
No. You good. I won't get to like the comments real quick because I don't want to make sure that I didn't forget about y'all. But I gotta give a shout out to Memphis Freestyle 901. All right, salute. All right. Also salutes to Mr. Best. Thank you for tuning. Well, you know, good to see you. It's always my brother.
Sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Big Rig Slaps. You know, the yo-yo-yos. Good to see you in the building. We also have Truth is Never Favorite. So salutes to you as well, man. Salutes to all the family that's in here. Even salutes to Don GQ. All right. Who else is up in the building too, though? Let me see. All right. Truth spotted earlier, like, yeah, they were cute. And then y'all said we are the most wanted. We are the most wanted, but we are the most laughed at as well. So, and then salutes to Rush with the steak. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. And then Truth says, Lola, you are racist as hell. So we can agree to that sometimes. And then you're right, neither is black females. Struggle in the mud where no struggle love, remember. All right.
Well, I'll say this because
hold on, sir. Hold on. My fault, Mr. Sherrod. Number one, thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you hitting me with the messages, man. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for blessing me with this topic. That's number one. Number two, thank you, Miss James. I appreciate you being up here. You know what I mean? And three, good to see you. Mr. Shooting, good to see you. I just want to build on something. I want to build on something just real quick, and I'm going to keep it brief. Listen, at the end of the day, and I know some women going to hate to hear this, but yes, it is a competition out here. All right? So if these women are willing to do what they have to do to make sure that they get themselves a man, especially a man of color, a black man, if they want to do what they got to do to get them, you know what I mean? Whether it's be polite, whether it's shake a little, you know whatever it is, you can't hate on it. You know what I'm saying? Just step your game up. For years, brothers have been told to step our game up, right? You know what I mean? Brother could be working hard. He could be going to school. He could be doing everything right. Staying out of trouble, having no baby mamas. You still was told to step your game up. Man, I ain't got a car right now. I'm working hard. I'm going to school. You know what I mean? I'm helping my moms out, helping my dad out. I'm even helping my siblings out, man. I'm taking care of everything. You got to step your game up because you don't got a car. Damn, I can't afford a car right now. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Rush as well. Salute the Truth. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Y'all been telling us to step the game up for years. Now we telling y'all to step the game up. Now y'all got a problem? Nah, step your game up. You know what I mean? It's competition out here, homie. We live in a technology world. Step your game up. Don't be mad because there's competition out here. And don't be mad because men are telling you to step your game up. No more excuses, like True said. No more excuses. Step y'all game up too. You know what I mean? Get y'all asses in the gym. Stop eating certain things. Y'all want us to be fake and buy shit that we ain't need and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? So now y'all gotta step your game up. You know what I mean?
Welcome to the robots
about the robots.
See, every time we ask y'all to do something, it's always an excuse. Man, we just had to go and make it happen. That was it. Y'all wanted us to have a car. Y'all wanted us not to ride in the passenger seat. Y'all was calling the scrubs. We stepped the game up, and that was just a fact. And y'all know it. So stop with the bullshit. Step y'all game up. Do what you gotta do. With that, I'm gonna step back. Go ahead, Mr. Sherrod.
Yeah. Hey. I wanted to address this Passport Bros because if you notice the description on there, it says Passport Bros. See, Passport Bros is not a specific group. It's actually a description. And somehow this narrative has gotten across the world, actually, that like the passport bros are like these specific guys or something like that. No, it's just people, it's just guys with passports that's leaving the country. They saying, hey, look, we fed up with what we're dealing with here, and we're going elsewhere to seek whatever, whether it be culture, love, marriage. You know, everybody's different, you know. And unfortunately, Black men are looked at as if we're like the dumbest people on the planet or something. Like we don't understand how the game works, whether it's in the States or whether it's somewhere else. We're not stupid. You know, we know what's up. We know when we go somewhere, you know, what's going on and what to do and what not to do. And it just seems like everybody wants to see, we just a stupid niggas almost. That's what it sounds like. Y'all just stupid. You don't know nothing. All the female got to do is stick their butt out and you, nah, but it ain't like that. You dealing with some real ones over here too now. We ain't, you know, we know some codes. We know what's going on. We ain't just out here willy-nilly doing that, you know. And me personally, I happen to like Black women. You know what I mean? I love my sisters. I love them. But, hey, I mean, that's just one side of the coin. I'll say it like that. You know what I mean? Just one side of the coin, you know. And there's a lot of repairing that needs to be done on both sides in this community. Until that's done, you're going to get what you get. You're going to get brothers going across seas, stuff like that, looking for, even if it's just to be treated nice or whatever it is, it's something that they're not getting here. And that's what needs to be addressed, not what they're going for. If they're going for that, that means that you're not addressing that here. If they're going for sex, that means that they're not getting, you know, something here. If, you know, whatever it is, conversation, that means that they're not getting it here. They're going somewhere else to try to get fulfillment. And I think Black women need to deal with that, not just interpret it, but deal with it honestly and actually listen to what the Black man is actually telling you.
Can I interject right there?
Go ahead, Lola.
Okay, so we gotta cut real fine on this topic because it's easy to ostracize everybody and make everybody get up from the table if you don't know what you're doing at the table. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, right? When you say, well, Black women need to deal with the problem, right? Half the problem is even for us to deal with. No matter what we do, we can do everything right. And if the other half ain't coming equally, nobody's going nowhere. So it's like that's the first issue. Secondly, when we listen to what these quote unquote passport bros are looking for, essentially they want virgin whores. And they're mad because they can't fuck over bitches in the US the way they want to fuck over bitches. They want you to be traditional enough to accept them on the first night or by the third date. So, and do it nicely with a smile on your face and let them fuck over you and then tell you you got too many bodies now that you had 3 dates with 3 different men. And you not the wife and type of female because you slept with them or kissed them on the first date. This is the shit that Black women have to quote unquote deal with. And I think to a degree, no, we don't have to deal with nothing. We just need to let these dudes go find their happiness and not bother them. That's what I really think that needs to happen. Like for real. If a dude, here's the thing. America is Whoreville, okay? If you can't find chicks willing to have sex with you, right, here in Whoreville, listen, take your ass to Thailand, okay, and do whatever you feel like doing. Because if you can't make sex happen here, of all places, listen, yeah, you got some serious issues. But here's the thing. Our community is too broken for niggas to be running around talking about, I'm not getting the sex that I want, and y'all wrong for not giving it to me, essentially. And that's what women are hearing. We're not whores enough for you to get sex easy, and we're not easygoing enough to have you have what you want when you want it. So you want a wife when you want a wife, but you don't want a wife when it's only when it's convenient for you. Meaning you want to have sex with as many women as you want and pollute the community. But then when you ready to settle down, you want all the choices of traditional women on top of that. Get the fuck out of here. Like, no, Black women don't need to deal with nothing. Black women need to deal with themselves. And dealing with themselves is like dealing with the obvious things that affect us. And it's not just about relationships. It's like the same issues women present in relationships. Honestly, it's the same issues they present in their families and in their friendships. It's no real different. If you selfish, Everybody see that you selfish. It just didn't start when a dude walked up to you and wanted your number. If you're the type of person that you flake on people, you don't just flake on random people that you meet. You've been flaking on people that you love. Like, this right here is not just about just romantic relationships. And again, most guys, not all, but most guys just want to smash. Just be honest. And they mad that they not smashing because let's be real. The black men that's having it their way, smashing chicks every other day, they not complaining about nothing. So it's like the only men, the real issue is some men can't compete with other men and they mad. So they want to go to places where they can't compete. But I bet you dollars to donuts, if more black men were circling in these third world or second world countries and they had to really compete with other black men, we would still be at the same place we at right now. It would just be in another white man's community. That's it.
Interesting.
I won't need to deal with nothing.
I want to address it. I ain't gonna make it personal to myself because I listen to you and I'll tell you. How can I say this without? Now I'm gonna say it straight up. Cause you straight up, so I'm gonna say it up. I can fuck every night if I wanted to here. How about that? Every night if I want to here. It is not hard to do that here. It's not hard at all. As a matter of fact, I'm sick of it.
Tell that to Austin.
Substance. So just because a guy leaves and go across seas, that don't mean that he can't get no pussy here. You hear me? That don't mean.
No, Austin said he can't find one pussy.
Hold on.
I ain't interrupt you. That don't mean he a simp. Like you talk, he just a no good for nothing nigga here that can't do nothing here. So he got to go over there. See, again, this attitude that black women have toward black men that we ain't shit, that we stupid, ain't got nothing, and we gotta run across there to get a female to get some pussy. Y'all dead wrong.
No. The men that say that
right here.
We're not dead wrong.
I can make a phone call right now and get that. That ain't shit.
Listen, no. Tell that to these passport bros that you don't have to get on a plane and spend $1 trillion to go get some pussy. You can get it right here. Don't tell me. Tell them that, because I'm not saying that they can't get pussy here. Like you just heard me say, this is Horrorville. If you can't make sex happen here, nigga, go over there and try your luck. Like, honestly, if you can't make it here, I'm telling you, go overseas, because I don't know what else to tell you, for real. And most men will tell you, it's easy to find a 304 in America. And if that's all you're looking for, like Mr. Austin, listen, okay? We're not gonna have these conversations for real because we know what it's really hitting for. All I'm saying is this: black women are only repeating what people, and I'm talking about black men, what they're saying. Black men are saying to these Asian women, this is what we want. Black men are saying to black women, you better be bringing something to the table. This is all we know what they're talking about. So therefore, when we repeat these things and we say, you know what, I'm good, bro. Go over there to Yang Yang, whatever her name is, and make it work over there because I'm good on it. Like, listen, that's not us hating black men. That's us seeing what they want, how they act, how they move, and saying, you know what, if that's what you want to do, go do you, bro. I'm not mad. Like, nobody is really.
Hey, Mr. Frog, can you hold on? Yeah, Mr. Strong, before you go, I have to get to Mr. Best real quick, and then after Mr. Best, we'll get to Miss Polly. We'll get back to you guys in a minute, okay? But hold those thoughts and take notes. Go ahead,
Listen. I'm gonna start calling myself Chef Best because I'm definitely cooking tonight. Listen, let me tell you something. Y'all women always making excuses every single time, man. Y'all always making excuses. Y'all know there's a guy right now that will wife y'all up, but y'all don't want him. Y'all don't want him. Y'all keep chasing and picking the wrong dudes over and over again. Y'all keep getting the same results over and over again, and then y'all get mad. Stop picking the same dudes. And that's what y'all all do. And don't sit up here and tell me this bullshit about all this other shit because y'all know y'all keep picking the wrong men. Y'all got a type that y'all keep picking, and y'all keep getting the same results. But y'all know that there's a guy right now that will take care of you. He will cater to your needs. He will love you the way that you want to be loved. All right? He will do everything for you, but you don't want him. You don't want him. You call him a bitch ass nigga. You put him down. You know what I'm saying? You don't want nothing to do with him. You say that he a scrub. You say that he ain't qualified enough. You say he ain't this enough. But that man will really love you and take care of you. Y'all don't want real love. Y'all got qualifications and y'all got other things that don't make no sense. That ain't gonna bring you nothing. And they gonna be there when you really get older and need somebody to take care of your ass. Y'all keep chasing this other shit that don't make no sense. But y'all keep doing that. You know what I'm saying? And y'all gonna wind up, like Kevin Samuels said, with a cat and a loan. All right, y'all gonna die with the cat and the dog alone. Like the great Kevin Samuels said, God rest his soul. Stop making excuses, man. Men don't make excuses. You always making excuses and y'all don't hold each other accountable. Y'all don't take responsibility. And y'all don't want to really change up things and really make your life better. Y'all want to sit up here, make excuses and get mad because somebody want to go and find love where they want to find love. Somebody want to go get a passport to find love or find coochie or find whatever they want to find. It's their right. Why don't y'all mind y'all business and step y'all game up, stop eating fast food, stop doing all these things, get in the gym, get your ass right, get your attitude right, all right? Get your game take, get your spirituality right. Start reading some books and really put something inside of yourself that really can add value. You know what I mean? Women back in the day was trying to add value to a man's life. They're not trying to do that nowadays. They're always trying to complain and nick and bitch over what somebody else is doing or saying. You know what I mean? And like I said, y'all all got one man or maybe two men that you know that would really love you, but y'all don't want him. Y'all all have that. Because there's every woman I ever spoke to, even women that's in my family, they all say the same thing. They know that they have men that really take care of them and they don't want them, and that's the problem. Y'all chasing Chris Brown, Trey Songz, the running back, the entertainer, the basketball player, all these dudes that don't want y'all. Instead of really looking after men who really will take care of y'all, really be there for y'all. And that's the problem. Stop with the bullshit and the cap, because y'all all capping.
All right, let me get to Miss Polly, and then we'll go back to the topic. All right, Miss Polly, how you doing?
He angry is all I can say.
No, you continue on. I'm going to soak it in a little longer. Thank you.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, let me say this though, right? For the ones who's tuning in, shout outs to like Stan. Thank you for tuning in. And then we also have Miss Princess K in the building. So shout outs to you, Miss Princess K. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, come on, son. What's going on? But anyways, all right. So look, you already know me, right? I'm always neutral in every situation, right? I don't just get on the women, I also get on the men as well too, though. But look, as much as I do want to say, okay, that for the good men who do go out there to travel, it is like a solution for them to pretty much find whoever that they want, okay? But Passport Brothers is not always about going out there just to look for ass as well too. A real passport brother is a man that actually just loves the art of traveling, okay? We have some people who were just born to just pretty much go around and travel. You have people in the Navy that has no choice but to travel overseas. But when you're traveling, okay, you're gonna find interesting things that you never really seen in America that you're going to like, okay? And that's what makes a passport brother, including passport sisters that also travel too. The women from overseas, actually this is statistics, that Asian and Filipino women, right, are the highest number of women that travels out from their country over to America to seek for American type of relationships, okay? Now, here's the thing. There is some corruption as well too, though. I'm not gonna just turn a blind eye on this, okay? You have young folks, especially YouTubers as well too, okay, that objectifies, American women or black women or whatever. It could be a stem of hatred from themselves or hatred from women, or it could be some type of past trauma, whereas, hey, you probably experienced and you feel like, you're a loser in America, but over there you found people that would treat you nice. But then here's another caveat into this, and I'm just only here to give the reality of it. So I might piss off on both sides. The reality is that there are some women, right, that the ones that black men be praising and simping over, right, some of those women are actually trained to cater into American men. And black men are not the original passport brothers, because white men came and they did that in secret. We're just now getting more discovered for whatever reason, you know what I mean? But you're always going to have haters, you're going to always have feminisms from each and every country, So no matter what you do, men cannot be at peace when they try and be in their own space. It's like misery loves company. Like I said, I'm going back and forth for this because you know why? it's a danger to both sides when you're going out there for the wrong reasons, or when you just finally trying to be at peace or something. Like you finally found the solution to be at peace of mind, and this daggering bitch just keeps hounding. Since she can't get to you overseas, oh man, you know what I mean? She's gonna find some way to tarnish the reputation. Now, I'm going, before I end off with my little rant, I do have to give a shout out to somebody, right? A birthday shout out. Johnny Crimson, if you're still in the building, he says, "Can I get a birthday shout out from my homie Nick Girl?" So, birthday shout outs to Nick. Happy birthday, Nick. Yeah. And look, everybody, right? Don't forget to subscribe. Usually I limit to subscribers only to chat, but today, it's a freestyle. So look, and shout outs to Dury. Thank you for tuning in. All I ask is just you ladies and gentlemen, subscribe to the channel. All right. Now, I'm gonna let you guys continue this debate, or to continue your difference of opinion. I would just say that for better of choice. Yeah. Mr. Sherrod, what do you think about all this?
Well, let me say this first of all. I don't agree with everything that these so-called passport bros are doing. There are some guys out there that I don't agree with. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There was a gentleman recently. He was very young. I'm not gonna say his name, but he was very young. He went out and did some things that I just don't agree with, and I don't subscribe to. But in that one incident, kind of made everyone believe in the sense that men were just traveling, for women or something like that. But like you'll say, in my case, I'm headed to Brazil shortly. So, but I've been throwing rooftop parties in Brazil. I got my guy Mar Mansour that's on the ground. He's reporting on all types of festivals and cultures and restaurants and all this different kind of stuff. I'm fascinated with culture. I like different cultures. When I started traveling when I was 16, I went to Canada when I was 16, 17 years old. Then as I actually went to Germany, Holland, and I was actually married at the time. You know what I mean? So, I just love to travel anyway. So, but there are some gentlemen like my guy Zoom in Thailand. It's a lot of guys out here. They're actually living in these countries and just exploring and doing certain things. But unfortunately, you have the ones that are traveling for the wrong reasons also in the same bunch. And a lot of times when you have some rotten apples in the bunch, it'll sort of spoil the whole bunch and the narrative will get changed. And I think that's what's happening here. Everybody's not traveling for women, my guy, I ain't gonna call people's channels out, but I mean, people all in Antarctica and all different places, just exploring. And I don't want to get that lost, and I don't want to get lost about these actual Filipino women that what were they really trying to do here? Anybody can chime on that. What do you really believe? Are they just trying to get a man, or are they trying to exploit black men? What are they really trying to do, in your opinion?
Before I get my opinion, let me start off with the crew. Miss Polly, I know you say you wanted to soak in, but you have anything that you want to say? Okay, Miss Polly. Okay, I think she stepped out for a minute. Honestly, to me, man, I don't really care. You know what I mean? What they look at, what they think, what they fantasize. It could be a fetish. It could be true love. Maybe they genuinely have a liking for black men. But if they do, my question is that, okay, what makes us so likable? What makes us so special? Now, I know they kind of threw in some little categories being... Actually, no, that wasn't those women. Actually, there's another video that I need to play, because that was another Filipino woman that was talking about black men, but she went into in-depth details, maybe to a point where she was probably just trolling. But give me about a minute. I'm gonna let everybody else all rock real quick. What do you think, Lola or Miss Latricia?
In terms of what they really want, Mulan and them.
Yes.
I love her.
Hilarious.
I mean, you know, because they're going to call me Keisha and shit, so move on.
You know what to say.
I'm going to be honest with you, right? You know what people really want when you take away certain things. So take away that U.S. passport and them U.S. dollars and convert it down to whatever they use in terms of their currency, right? And just put the black man in their country alongside their men and based on fair competition. And I'm telling you now, it will quickly become an issue of preserve the race and them staying with their own men if that's the case. I bet you dollars to donuts that is what that is. And this is why these passport dudes do not go overseas and give up their U.S. passport to live in a lovely place where all the women are extra sweet. That's not, you know, they know what it is. And honestly, it's like, no matter what these ladies want, right? I mean, there's somebody out there willing to give it to them. Like, and I mean, I'm not a hater of the player and stuff. It's like, and nor am I a hater of the game. My thing is, if you're gonna play the game as an Asian woman to get an Asian man because you stepping out your race is the thing to do, I guess, for whatever reason over there. Okay, fine. I'm not in your community. I can't really speak to that. However, when it comes to my community, I really don't feel at this point, you know, the type of men going over there and a percentage of men going over there is really of any concern to me. So whatever these women want from these type of dudes, like Austin, listen, I think they deserve it. Whatever they want from them, I think they deserve it. If you over in their country and you ain't willing to take them out and buy them stoves and shit, you listen, you out of pocket. You in their country. You know, you gotta cater to them.
Oh, shame. Well, let me say, let me ask you a question. There was a study taken that I read about, and it talked about the most attractive men in the world from the neck up, because a lot of studies talk about the bodies, and generally black men in general across the world have they say have the best bodies from the neck down. From the neck up, there was a study done by governments now. Who was considered the number one most attractive male by race? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Well, let me enlighten you. It was the American black man. And specifically the American black man, because of a lot of reasons. The whole world, for some reason, loves the American black man. It's not just Filipino. It's not just Asian. It's not, you can go to Australia and it'll be the same thing for some reason. And I don't know exactly, but that's what the poll said. They love American black men, period.
You mean love as in they're attracted to, or they actually love?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? The study was about attractiveness from the neck up. And they
okay, because I know from my family history, white men used to love the women in my family. They love the women in my family, like real talk. And what they used to do is rape the women in my family because they love how they look so much on both sides. Like within the last 120 years, both sides of my family have mulattoes on them because of rape and incest on top of that when it comes to rape from white men, because white men really couldn't get enough of my grandmothers. And so trust me, I understand when it comes to, most beautiful people in the world and stuff. Trust me, white men been showing black women they really attracted to us. I mean, so what's the point?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to make the point that black men are desired for more than just our money. And we just going over there. I mean, it's basically, when you talk about it, it almost sounds like we just simps. We just some dumb simps, just we going across the seas and we just got a pocket full of money and we just ready to throw it away. Like, here you
Most people on the planet do not respect black men if they're not paired with black women. Most other men do not respect you in politics and or in culture when you have abandoned your own women and you're walking with another man's woman, or let's say throwaway. Amongst men, we all know men don't respect that. Amongst cultures, we all know African Americans are treated the worst in the fucking world. So it's like, I don't know about that government poll you just named, but I just know when it comes to my people, we dying at rates that don't make any sense compared to whole countries. There's more about people in jail than it is in whole countries. So this idea of people loving us so much and loving how we look, it seems like they're afraid of it. Every time a white woman or Asian woman see a black man that she didn't see coming first, she gets scared and shit. Even if they related to you, they scared and shit. So it's like, I don't know about this love and all this good looking and stuff, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not translating to much right now. I don't. It's not on either side. Even on top of that, it's not translating to much. It's not helping race relations. In fact, these mulatto children are only saying that they wish that their parents had never put them in that position in the first place at large. And this is alarming. So this idea that, well, you know, people just want to call us simps. I don't really care what people call black men for what they're doing. But what we're not going to do is act like Barack Obama would be president if he had a white woman on his arm. That's what we're not going to do. We're not going to sit here and say that even presidents in Africa, when they do that shit, that's culturally respectable. And the fact that Africa is colonized in a way that we're not, and we're like in the thick of stuff. Like, let's be honest. When black men get to doing that, whatever you want to call that, I ain't going to say simp, but whatever they call it, when black men get to doing that, there's no respect in that across the board. It's like we don't respect that. And here's the thing about Asian women, right? They don't respect their men. They don't. Okay, if y'all ever been through Asia, if you ever really been in an Asian household, you already know these women don't date outside their race at 3 times the rate of all men, not women, all men, because they respect their men. We know that. So these non-respecting women is the most desirable women in the world, and they like black men. It seems like toxicity is attracted to itself. That's what it seems like to me. But y'all go eat. I ain't stopping.
Oh, and then I was muted. So I do have another video to share. So let me go ahead. I want to share this video for at least like 2 minutes, and then we can kind of react to it, and just feel free to give me your opinions. So let me go ahead and pull this up. And now, of course, I have to read this again for YouTube's sake. So again, this is a part of fair use for copyright disclaimer under 107 Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing non-profit, educational, or personal use tips in the balance of favor of fair use. And because this video is at least over like a minute, I will pretty much have to pause and give my little commentary every now and then. So, are you kidding me? Yeah. YouTube policies, and they're only getting worse. 2023, man, I tell you. Yeah, anyways, you know, shout out to Marcus.
And told me to stop talking about black men. They were like, leave our black men alone. So a lot of black women DM me and told me to stop talking about black men. They were like, leave our black men alone. They're ours. No one is interested marrying about Filipina. Well, the good news is I'm not here to listen to them, because the good news is a lot of Filipina are interested in marrying black men.
Okay, I give her that. They are.
That's right. So listen to me, Filipina ladies, okay? Black men are super interested marrying Filipina women, especially when you are a big Filipina. That's right. So, if you're a big girl in the Philippines and think that no one wants to marry you, or you think that no one is attracted to you, don't worry, my friend, because black men or chocolate men love big girls.
And here's the thing, right? Before I continue on, when she's talking about big girls, she's not talking about like 200-pound Filipino women. She's talking about big girls that's probably like 140 and are slightly above, you know. So I just want to put that out there. They said that in the comments.
Why is that? Because big girls don't cry. And as far as I know, good black men have a reputation of being romantic, seductive, caring, loving, and sweet. That's right. That's how black men are to their women. Well, obviously not all, because I've seen it. So you big girls should marry black men because you know why? We must keep our reputation in the Philippines. So you're probably talking about what reputation? Well, as we all know, Philippines is number one with everything. We're number one when it comes to talent, creativity, and beauty. That's one of the reasons why you should marry a black man, only if they're good. Because you know why? We want their gene.
Pause real quick. So we want a black man if they are good. So I don't want nobody to get it twisted and go to the Philippines and you look in some kind of way. You have to be a good black man. And he's saying that this video is fake as, bleak. But, we still got more to play, E. So, hold on now, okay?
I mean, I'm talking about basketball, strong, singing, dancing, and most of all, boxing. I mean, many Filipinas, they marry white men because they want the beauty, and look how many crowns we get from beauty pageants. However, ladies, beauty will not last forever. Talents is what we need because talents and creativity will last for a very long time. So what are you waiting for, Filipina girls?
White people are not beautiful.
Especially the big girls. Marry a chocolate man now. Well, to be honest, guys, we Filipina are the black version of Asia. We can act like a queen. At the same time, we can also think like a masculine. So a lot of...
And that's where I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta give you the fail for that one when you said masculine. I'm like, whoa. But this is what some of these Filipino trolls really think about some of these black women, some of these sisters.
Three, may I cook, please?
Sure. Wait, Best, before you cook, right? You mind if I give the shout outs to the people in the chat real quick?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, shout outs to Marcus, man. Thank you for tuning in.
Marcus, what up?
Okay. Lady E, shout outs to you. I feel like they give like a proper shout out to my bad. I got you though, right? Okay. Even Mr. SoapBox says, E, I'm about to destroy the whole point,
I am.
So, Mr. Best, if you want me to chime in with the sound effects while you preach, man, then you
can if you want. You can if you want. See, when will y'all learn? Y'all never win. So here's the thing. You know what I mean? It's funny how y'all say things are toxic, and y'all love to throw that word toxic around. You know what I'm saying? We all know that black men, we make the best love songs ever. You can name any love song, and it was sung by a black man. Off top, we all know that. You know what I'm saying? So, it ain't no cap in that. You can name whoever, Luther, Marvin, whoever you want to name. So all this that we are toxic and we all this other stuff, that's a bunch of bullshit, and y'all know it. That's one. Two, also, it's funny how y'all call us toxic when y'all the ones that say y'all don't need a man. It's funny when y'all call us toxic when y'all ignore our trauma, ignore everything else, and our suicide rate is the highest out of every man. It's funny how y'all call us toxic when you don't want to listen to us and you don't want to hear us and be submissive. You say that you want to be submissive.
Shit.
You say you want to say city girls up, and you started that movement. It's funny how y'all call us toxic. It's funny how y'all call us toxic. You know what I'm saying? When y'all the ones that sit here and say y'all independent women and y'all can do your own, and y'all got your own back and all this other stuff. It's funny how y'all call us toxic. You know what I mean? You don't want a man, but you only want a man to be a man when you want to be a man. So y'all want men to be robotic. You know what I mean? You get mad when we go find a woman who wants to be submissive and feminine, you know what I mean? And then you call them robotic, but then y'all want us to be robotic and only be masculine when you want us to be masculine. You know what I'm saying? And then you want to demasculine us when we don't fit into the box. You know what I'm saying? We don't fit into the box that you want us to fit into. You know what I mean? We wanted to provide, die, and also do everything we can for you, but you don't want that. You don't want that at all. You don't want that at all. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you want to call us toxic. You want to call us toxic when y'all started No Scrubs movement. You want to call us toxic when y'all started, how Stella got her group back movement. You want to call us toxic with all these different things. You know what I mean? Keep calling us toxic. Keep naming these points. I'm going to keep destroying y'all asses. I don't even know why you keep talking. You know and the comments are even on this panel. Y'all ain't gonna beat me. Just quit. Chat. I'm gonna keep going. You know what I mean? The proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? If y'all was submission and feminine from the start, none of this shit would happen. You know what I'm saying? And now that we calling it out, now you got a problem. Now that we are actually finding out ways to improve ourselves, improve our health, improve different things. You know what I'm saying? Obesity. Do you know that the lowest school reading average is among black males? But y'all care about us so much, right? Y'all care about how we feel. Y'all care about our intellect. Y'all care about our feelings. So why is our reading score the lowest out of everybody if y'all care about us so much? Something bullshit in the cat. I'm naming facts. Now what y'all got?
Yeah.
Go ahead and cook. I'm out.
You sound angry.
No, I'm just cooking. This is fun for me.
Well, you know, when Ms. Mel B was trying to correct someone the other evening with their grammar, she was trying to help that black man. Just saying.
Wait, hold on. How would you know if that was a black man? That could have been like an Asian man. That could have been like a Filipino man. That could have been like a Mexican man. You can't assume that's black. As a matter of fact, since you up here, I got this for you.
Now everybody is saying, hold on. But y'all know he control that shit, so hold the fuck up.
Hold up.
You couldn't wait to do that, huh?
I couldn't wait. I was ready. Shout out to B-Eazy Dat Dude for making those clips.
Oh man,
Marcus, I got you.
Yeah. We'll stand like privately though. Okay. And everybody, right? If you love this entertainment, right? Because this is an entertainment channel, by the way, just to let you guys know. Please, if you're new, hit the like button, subscribe to this channel, and hit the notification bell. And stay tuned for more content to come. Also, stay tuned for Wednesday at 4 o'clock Pacific time because this ocean will be deep frying, I will say. If that's the proper word for me to say, Lola.
Yeah, that is the proper way. Yeah, I'm turning the heat up on the grease. Yeah. But okay. So all right, let me address the toxic question or toxic situation, right? If we really honest with ourselves, right, everybody is toxic. Like every single person here is toxic. Every single person on this planet has toxicity. This is the reason why self-determination and all these phrases like that actually exist. Now, we do know that there's toxicity in media. Therefore, we know people consume media. Therefore, there will be toxicity in people per that toxic media. We have known that media has been taking an extremely downward turn since the early 80s, and therefore it's had a direct effect on children. Therefore, there's a direct effect on parents today, and it moves in 30-year cycles. Now, when we talk about things and people being toxic, what we're not talking about is in-house conversations that is full of toxicity, meaning this, there's toxicity on both sides for different reasons, right? But the only thing we're worried about is marriage rates. Meanwhile, 75% of us are not married, will never get married, and 50% of us don't even want to be married. Let's just tell the truth today, okay? Most people don't really want to be married. They just don't want the stigma of not being married. And most men, if they didn't have to get legally married, they would just be shacking anyway because that would just be a better bet versus getting legally married, okay? So it's like, okay, fine. That's where we at. And I'm okay with admitting that's where we're at. Most young women don't really see a benefit in getting married. They really don't. And honestly, at some point, even I have to say, well, if you getting married means that you're going to pay more taxes. You're going to have less income because you have to provide more space for more people. This isn't looking good for us out here. But that's the reality that we face. When it comes to us older females like myself, we've lived through a time where we've seen our mothers being like stay-at-home wives, and they were entering the corporate America, right? We've seen the merger, and we understand why that merger is. Now, mind you, regardless of whether we're merging or not, statistics are still the same, meaning 3 out of every 5 Black girls are sexually molested before the age of 12. that has a huge effect on a woman's psyche when it comes to how she deals with men. And we're talking about children. They are not at fault for what happens to them. However, in places like Maryland, where there's been a historic issue with incest, we're not talking about that when we talk about, okay, toxicity. We're not talking about that. You understand? So it's like, and date rape, for instance, happens with people that you are well acquainted with. And most women date within their race. But we're not talking about that when we talk about toxicity and how that affects dating, how that affects marriage rates. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about the fact that if 80% of the females don't have any male protection from childhood, most likely they're going to pick the wrong types of men because they're looking for their father. And they're within all rights to do that because that's a natural progression of how women see men. We look for our fathers, even if our fathers are not in our lives, we're still looking for him in men that are around us. It's a natural thing. It's nobody's fault that they came into this world into what we see right now. It's nobody's fault. But this is where we at. But my thing is this. I don't mind Ming Ling and them talking their talk about how to get black men that come over to their country. At the end of the day, if they feel like all black men are talented and well endowed and can sing and dance and jive and chucka, cool. That's how they see them based on what's on their television over there. But let's not talk about the toxicity in their television stations and how they market black men to these Asian women. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about all the black women that are fronting about the fact that they have been asked for marriage, but they turned it down. Let's talk about those numbers that we have no concrete numbers about. Yeah, let's talk about that versus that. All I'm saying is this. Ming Ling, I'm okay with Ming Ling wanting whatever she wants or not wanting whatever she wants. The last man she wants is her father. So I'm okay with that. But all I'm saying is this. Don't go over into these other countries, making it hard on other black people in other countries, including the U.S. and out there. Because right now what I'm seeing is the world is seeing black men even worse than what they saw them 20 years ago. All right. And it's really because of what they're seeing in these foreign countries. And we're not talking about some of the crazy stuff tonight that I have seen in the last, let's say, 6 months off of these quote unquote passport bros. And now, even yesterday, I seen men basically talking SHIT about black women because they said they noticed black women were laughing at black men dying in these foreign countries when they, dealing with these foreign women. And I'm sitting here like, did you really expect black women to keep on fighting for you when you were literally saying F you? Like, and that's what I'm saying. If you are a stand-up black man, when you leave the community, you understand what that entails. There's consequences to leaving the community. It just is. And it's like, if you're going to play the game, play the game. Ain't nobody hating on you, but don't be hollering. Black women, they're laughing at our death after you just said, fuck y'all, I'm gone and I'm on to the next. Like, don't do that. Keep the same energy and just do you. That's all I'm saying, because there's enough black men in the United States that we have to deal with in terms of, mate selection for us to be having to deal with these passport niggas overseas. If Ming Ling and them is treating you right, and you getting what you want out of Ming Ling, stay over there with Ming Ling. But a lot of these dudes do not want to go over there and stay no damn where. They want to go over there for a couple months, couple weeks, or a weekend, get their fuck off, and then come back to the United States and brag about how, they can get any woman they want and they can go back and forth, I guess, as soon as their child support hit and they can leave the country. I get it. But just listen, just like white men, do you. But don't sit here and desecrate our image in the process. That's why this dude Austin got ran out of Brazil. It's been many American men going to Brazil doing all types of weird shit. It's never been an issue until now. You know why? Because black men don't have the same freedom in these other countries that white men have. And we know that. This is what I'm saying when they say black men are most loved for how they look. Shit, prove it to me in terms of lives. That's all I'm saying. And okay. I'm not fronting on nobody because they out there doing them with other women. It's like, if you really attracted to these other women, do what you need to do. But don't come back here talking about there's not one black woman that's worth shit. Don't do that shit. Because when shit come back to you, as karma always do, I'm gonna be a cold bitch for real. Like, I really am. I'm gonna be, and I'm not even gonna be no hate. I'm gonna be indifferent to your pain. Yes, when I see you don't give a fuck about me, when karma hit, I will be indifferent to your pain. And that's where I think a lot of people are at. And I'm not even going to say black men don't have a right to be indifferent, especially if they've been through some of the things I've seen some good black men go through. But I'm going to be honest with you, there's not a whole lot of black men out here to pick from. Not a lot of good ones anyway. It's just not. The numbers are not there. Like, most black men are not available for marriage, be it because they in jail, be it because of financial reasons, be it because of sexual orientation reasons, age reasons. It's just not a lot out here, and that's nobody's fault. But at the end of the day, stop faulting black women for every single thing. It's like everything can't be black women's fault. I mean, some things, sure, but not every single thing. Because at this point, I'm seeing black women like myself who care about the conversation. But now I'm starting to be like, yo, I don't give a fuck about what y'all talking about, yo. Like, and I'm starting to feel like, you know what, maybe getting older and not really getting married might be a better option, because I don't really see myself really like putting up with bullshit to this degree. Like, it's really not worth the squeeze. And that's where I see a lot of young women are turning. They're saying, listen, I'd rather get my money and be alone than be with y'all. And that's really where they're turning to. And to a large degree, you can't blame them. You can't. Like, right now, the biggest threat to black men is other black men. But do you think anybody's gonna step up and say, listen, something needs to change, like literally change? No. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna change the dating options, because the only thing they know how to do is come home and slap their women around. They don't know how to go out and deal with the issue that they have coming from other men. No, they know how to come home and talk shit to their woman and then act like she's supposed to be there and take that on a large scale. No, like, American women aren't built like that. You know, Asian women, they might be willing to take some slapping around. Now, I'm not saying they do, so don't come for me, Ming Ling. I'm not saying you take somebody slapping you around, okay? All I'm saying is, if you willing to do whatever you want to do with a black man, do that. But don't be talking shit about black women. Just keep black women's name out your mouth. Just all that's all I'm saying. Like we seen the video earlier. She's talking about you gotta have ass, you gotta chuck and jive, whatever the fuck she's talking about. Sure, whatever. But just don't talk about me and my sisters. Don't do that. That's all I ask of Mingling and them. Just talk about y'all. Don't talk about us. Like she said, we like black white men, this, that, and the third. I know most of the women out that bitch look like me. Like they black. Like black is black. So they not really like white looking for white men. That's a minority of those women out there. And she not really being honest when she's talking. Like most Philippines out there, they not close to niggas because they white and they not wanted. That's not what it is. No. Most of them are dark skinned. That's the truth. So you know what I'm saying? I know what they really be about, and it's cool. But just keep black women's name out your mouth. That's all I ask.
Okay, cool. All right, Lola, I gotta get to E, because I know E probably will have to leave, but she want to make sure that she spread her toxic femininity into the platform. So
Lord have mercy.
You said it in the chat, so I'm just bringing it up. Go ahead,
because
E.
I've been well behaved all day long.
Yes, E,
y'all need to give me my credit.
Well behaved, and we appreciate you for being a sweet angel that's well behaved, just like the way you are.
Yes. But I do believe that the video was made to be trolled, because if she's addressing Filipino women, then why is she not speaking in the native language?
Right.
That didn't make any sense to me at all. Like, you're struggling speaking English to speak to Filipino women. Make it make sense.
Because it's YouTube.
Exactly. You know? Anything flies on YouTube, even us. But I once again, you know, I gotta agree with my side chick over there, Miss Ocean. I mean, she's spitting out a lot of facts. And you have to admit, yes, Black women have went through a lot. You know, we shame a lot of teenage pregnancies amongst Black teen girls, but the reality of it is a lot of them are being raped, and they're being raped by family members. But nobody wants to speak on that. We just have a tendency in our culture to sweep that under the rug. and don't say anything about it. Then we're growing up, you know, let's talk about rap music. We've been bitches and hoes since the early 90s. It wasn't a problem then, but then now you have black female rappers talking about niggas ain't shit and women all running around and saying the same thing, and it's all of a sudden it's a problem now. The problem happened decades and decades and decades ago. It's just spiraled out of control.
Now let me ask you this, Eve, right?
Here you go.
Mm-hmm. Now,
look, I already see you rolling your eyes.
Now, who pushed the narrative, okay, for the B's and the 304s? Was it black men or was it you women?
It was y'all.
Narrative is narrative. Do you mean who was actually talking about it more back in the 80s and the 90s during the height of the hip hop era? Is that what you're talking about?
Basically, like who was promoting, you know, oh, I'm like the baddest B, or you know, I'm the number one slut, you know.
Let me tell you something, right? That really started with Little Kim, right? But if you go back in time and you notice the pushback that Little Kim had when she started swallowing Coke bottles, okay? That pushback was coming from the feminist community. They were the ones telling her, if you keep doing this, you're going to corrupt the girls coming up behind you. And if you keep promoting this type of behavior, this is going to hurt American society. It was the feminists, the white feminists at that pushed back on all of these shows and all of these blogs and magazines on that. And Little Kim said best, I'm not going to be derailed by nobody, right? But you know why she could do that? Because she had men behind her supporting her. She had men in other music videos doing the same thing, except for the women were quiet while they were acting like her. They didn't have no singing role. She was one of the few. Now, don't get me wrong, there was people like Adina Howard, right? But that was like a one-off. But when it really started, it started with Little Kim, because Little Kim went more than hard with that shit. She was not like a late night type of singer and shit. No, she was broad day, like family household name sort of circumstance. That's when it started. But at the end of the day, why did she decide to do that in spite of the pushback she was getting from formidable people telling her, this is going to have a negative effect on the society, and you must know that. Who gave a fuck? Even if she didn't give a fuck, you think the men around her with Puffy and them gave a shit about this, you know, the country, let alone the culture? No. So when you say who promoted it, let's talk about Puffy. What is Puffy? Is he a Spanish man? He a white man? He an Asian man? What kind of man is Puffy? What kind of man is he?
Hey, I want to address something real quick before we get too far. Okay.
Go ahead,
all right. Now, she said that black women are not wanting to get married because they're, you know, I guess black men are not, you know, there's no one to pick for, no one to bring.
No, I said young black women, not black women. The younger ones are saying more, they don't even feel the need to get married, whereas the older ones are still having this back and forth conversation about getting married and who to get married to. The younger women are not having as many babies, nor are they talking about getting married. And in fact, when they on these shows and panels and stuff, they're saying they don't really see a need for marriage anymore. Like literally, they're saying, what is the purpose of marriage anymore? It's an old world concept to younger people.
All right, Lola, let him finish his point.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. Because we're going to talk about this now. 74% of African American children are born out of wedlock. That's been since forever. Why is that? Black women always getting on here talking about like y'all so great and all this stuff. No, you were incentivized to have children out of wedlock. Why? Because number one, you're gonna get food stamps. Number two, you can go to school for free. So all of a sudden we had all these black women graduated from college off whose back? Those children's back and our black men's back that were paying for them. The government incentivized you to do that. So it was not conducive for you to get married. It was conducive for you to kick the black man to the curb, which is what you did. And all these black men went through hell, losing driver's license, going to jail for child support, all these different things. We couldn't work on ourselves like that. We were too busy trying to stay out of jail.
You shouldn't be working
it's her fault.
Wait, I mean, I'm just saying.
It sounds like
That's what he said.
Right. I'm just saying. So what it turns out is it wasn't conducive for being married for a black man or having children in this day and age is a liability. It is a liability. It is effective genocide, is what it is. There's no benefit to a black man getting married whatsoever, or even having kids here whatsoever. It's all.
So when I say younger women are not
all the liability here. So it's not you that's deciding that you don't want to be with us. It's us deciding that we don't want to be with you.
No, that's a separate.
You always talk from a standpoint as if black women are so much better than black men. Every point that you make,
I didn't say that, and I haven't heard nobody say
black man. You can't be quiet. You constantly interrupt. We sit here and listen to you, and that's what we're talking about as black men. When we start talking, when you talking, I sat here. When I'm talking, you want to cut me off. You want to talk over me. This is what I'm talking about. This belligerent black woman behavior that we are sick of. That's what we
don't misquote me, because I'm sick of that too.
You still talking.
Don't misquote me.
No, it ain't about me misquoting you. I'm just saying you still talking. Let me finish my point, then you can come back and correct me. You know what I mean?
But you cut it on her too.
On me though.
Not really.
That belligerent behavior is what we're talking about. This
That's
man
not
let him finish his point. But you want to know why black men are leaving? This is why.
No, I didn't ask why they were leaving.
Whatever it is. I mean, I don't, we tired of the belligerent behavior. That's what I mean. Personally, I don't need you talking over me. You're not gonna emasculate me. That's one thing. That's the first thing.
So if you talk over me, what are you doing?
Hold on, Sherrod, hold on, brother. Hold on, I got this, Sherrod, I got this, brother. Hold on. One mic. When somebody's talking, let them talk. I don't give a fuck if you agree with them or not. We're not doing this tonight. This is our guest. We're gonna respect our guest. We're gonna let them finish. That's it, and that's all. Let them finish.
Yeah, we good. I just wanted to make that point because it happens like that all the time when a black man starts to say his point and opinion of what he feels. Then all of a sudden we got to be met with all this, you toxic, you ain't shit, you ain't worth marrying, you ain't this, ain't that many black men. Then this idea that you want to fall back on being molested. In every conversation that happens, you want to fall back on being the victim. You're always the victim. How about all the black men that were hung for treason and got their nuts cut off? How about the ones who were being attacked by dogs? Who suffered that? Was it the black woman?
Is that a question that you're asking me now?
Hold on.
Who suffered watching their kids, watching their families being taken from them, being emasculated in front of their women and children? Who suffered it? It was the black man. So don't come telling me, oh, the black women been through so much. Oh, the black man has been through double the trouble. Believe me. Jail, hell, death, beat to death on live TV. Man, come on. Come on now. All black men, if black men are leaving and saying what they're saying, to be honest with you, it's almost like a cry for help. Like, damn, we can't get nothing done here. Ain't nobody listening. We gotta die for them to listen to us. We gotta die. We gotta go through something really, really tragic for someone to freaking open their ears and listen to say, hey, look, we tired. We want to fix this, but we tired. And we're not going to constantly keep listening to you emasculate us every chance you get.
Mr. Sherrod, let me add one little caveat into this. Unfortunately, right, the one part that you're wrong is that even in death, guess what? Unfortunately, black women or women in general will still shit on us. I've seen, look, Kevin Samuels, for instance, and other people who sent for the P, other people who passed away because, for whatever health complications, but due to the message that they were spreading that most women did not like to hear, they celebrate his death. I gotta go get the answer to the door, but they celebrate his death. Like, I had to argue with someone in the chat. Someone said, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. And then someone was like, may someone piss on his grave. And I wasn't disrespectful to that individual. I just asked him, why would you say something like that? I'm not going to delete. I'm not going to block or whatever. I just want to get to know, like, your mental. You know, you could have been like a guy or a woman at the time. Obviously, it was a woman. You know, I'm not gonna say it was a black woman. Who knows? Because you're behind an avatar. But why would you say some shit like that? You know, no one deserves to die. Yet the person was still in their emotions, her emotions. You know, and it goes to show that, damn, like, you know, a lot of them don't really give a fuck about us. So now I wonder, is it a rebellion? That is it like an outcry? Like, hey, this is so bad because no one is actually, you know, following the rules and the guidance of the book.
Yes, sir.
No one is turning to these pages.
My G.
Okay.
That lady right there is off the chain. I love that lady.
Green mother. There you go.
So no one's listening to Sharada Sar Ali. No one's being quiet. No one's allowing the black man to speak when it's his turn to talk. Come on. But yet, when we get into our feminine state, so-called feminine state, our emotions, right? When we talk back, fuck up. Now we're in our feminine. Now we're feminine men. Now we're not acting like real men. Well, here's the thing, right? A man can only be a man if a follower, which is you women, is allowing us to lead. If you're not allowing us to lead, there's only there's a few options. All right. The other option, I'm not gonna go with the JP route, but the other options is that either we walk, you know what I mean, or we continue to argue as our masculinity strips away. Okay? Because I don't promote violence against women, but there's some men that don't really give a shit because their masculinity has already been stripped from not having good fathers in the household to begin with. Not having fathers to teach them the ways of life, how to act like a man so could know how to differentiate a bitch and a woman with class. Okay? And unfortunately, we continue in this cycle where we continue to hate each other. And then we go into other nationalities thinking that they're the perfect dime piece. They're like the sweet ass angels, right?
Nope.
But then we keep running into the toxic type of women, whether it be from overseas or from America. Austin. We gotta learn how to conduct ourselves in a manner where when people are looking at us, especially these platforms, they're respecting the unification of black people. But if we keep arguing, being belligerent, we very much nullify the message. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sherrod, let me address what you said. Okay, so here's how I operate, right? You can call it belligerent or any other adjective you prefer, right? But I will listen to people essentially because that's your experience. I can't tell you otherwise, right? I can't tell you anything beyond your experience because it's just words coming out of my mouth. It doesn't mean anything to you. So I'm indifferent to what your opinion is about even myself. However, one thing that I don't do is allow people to continue to make points for minutes on end while I got to keep track of what they're saying. And it's all based on misquoting me. Like, I'm not saying black women. I'm saying I don't operate like that. Meaning I will interrupt you, interject, however you want to define that, and say, hey, if you're going to make your point any further, make it based on what I actually said. So I will actually listen to you, because when I see you doing that, I turn my ear completely off. That's how I operate. Now, I can't speak for black women in general. Maybe y'all might notice a correlation. I don't know. But that's how I operate. And I've grown up and I've learned to allow people to call me all sorts of names. But the way I operate is the way I operate. And I know that I operate on a fair basis because, and Mr. Best can tell you, when people interject and interrupt me, and sometimes I'm the host, right? I don't jump in my feels about that and tell people that anything. I let them rock off sometimes just to kind of keep a conversation going if I need to. Sometimes it don't even matter because we flowing. But if I want to get to a point where every single conversation got to be let everybody talk for 10 minutes straight and nobody can remotely interject just to keep the conversation on point as I was trying to do with you, because that's the one thing I hate, and M3 know that. Like, don't misquote me. Like, you might can call me all sorts of names, but make sure it's based on what I actually said, because I'm good with what I said. Now, I ain't good with what I haven't said. That shit irritates the shit out of me. That's the issue that I have right there. Now, to address your further point that you first said about slavery, right? I never said on here, and I don't mean to come off like black men haven't been through anything. But here's the thing. I'm not a black man. I'm a black woman. When I tell you, not last century, but last night, 3 out of 5 black girls under the age of 12 were sexually molested by someone in their family, and we have an incest issue in our community. That is not to say black men wasn't cut off at their nut and they didn't go through what they went through in there. That's not what that is saying. I can't have every conversation every time I open my mouth. The issue that we're having here that I'm making that point to was that at the end of the day, black women have our own incest issues that we have to deal with that just might affect how we deal with men. And we all know that when children, not adults that were put out of houses they didn't have their names on, when children are assaulted sexually, it changes their very nature in terms of their sexuality, in terms of what they seek in a male. We all know people, not even women, people that have been sexually assaulted, it affects them into adulthood, rather. So this is not something that I'm telling you, oh, this is better than black men or whatever the case may be. I never said that. But one thing that I think we kind of have to stop doing is I can listen to you talk about black men struggle, right, without thinking about, well, what black women are going through, because the conversation isn't about black women. Conversations about, well, okay, what are black men dealing with? But if somebody changes the narrative around and say, okay, here's an issue that black women are facing in terms of marriage. This is what's affecting black women and their marriage rates. For anybody to interject anybody else's struggle is doing something that I liken to what the small hats do every conversation. Whenever you mention your struggle, they want to talk about the 10 years that they went through something, regardless of how long you've been through your shit or what the topic is. Okay, y'all know who I'm talking about when I say small hats. Okay, like that irritates me right there. I've never sat and talked about anybody's struggle, and I'm talking about, their struggle. I've never talked about that in any disparaging way. But I notice every single time I talk about the black struggle, they right there to sit and nullify what I said with theirs. And I don't go into their community telling them about nothing. Not one word do I speak to them about them. But yet they got their mouth open on our platform. I kind of feel like they got license to do that, because when they do come over, there's always a Negro that will invite them and make them feel comfortable to do so. But I'm not that Negro. So yeah, they might call me belligerent every single time they see me, but that's what it is. But I hope that when we talk about the issue that black women have, that you don't take that as us saying we don't understand what pain is, and when it comes to these harsh memories that even black men have to endure. That's not what that's about. When I mentioned the graping that happened in my family, I mentioned that to make sure that we understand that just because a white man is attracted to you sexually does not mean he really sees you as human. That's not what that means. Just because somebody votes you in as cute as a man does not mean they respect your mind. Does not mean that they're for you. That's not what that means. It's like, let's just be real. That's why I mentioned that. I didn't mention that because black men haven't been great too, okay, by the same men. I didn't say, that's not why I said that. But when you interject that, this is what pisses me off. And I can see why other women, black women, would be pissed off, because that's a serious circumstance. And if anyone is talking about that, you cannot invalidate what they're saying by telling them they're indifferent to how you feel, and then go into how you feel when the conversation isn't about that. Like, people are human at the end of the day. If you cause them not to listen to you because of anything unfair, that's just what they're going to do. And that's on both sides, because again, we're all human. So yeah, I understand struggle, but I'm not always talking about my struggle or even black struggle at that.
Let me address this. When one person is speaking, there's one mic. You know what I mean? That's it. I don't care if they misquoting you, whatever. It don't matter. I'm misquoted all the time. That's where that hold on me come from. Because I'm misquoted all the time. All the time. We still gotta let people finish their points, and then we can move on, and then we can make our points. That's one.
You all right. What you talking about?
I don't interrupt anybody. Now, listen. Here's my thing. right? Black women, you know what I'm saying? I thought y'all was independent. I thought y'all was the most educated. I thought y'all didn't need a man. I thought all these things. Why is it that every time something comes up, y'all want to blame a man? You know what I mean? Y'all want to blame a man when it comes to the whole situation with Puffy and Lil' Kim. You want to blame Puffy. But I thought y'all was independent. I thought y'all was boss bitches. I thought all that. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. The number one female artist that's out there, that's hip-hop artists, Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B's and all this other stuff, well, y'all don't hold them accountable or responsible. But yet you want to hold the man accountable and responsible. Y'all never hold each other accountable and responsible for the damage that y'all do. But you always want to hold the man accountable and responsible for everything, even for your own actions. It makes no sense. Y'all can get out here, record music, do a whole bunch of crazy shit, but then you want to blame it on men. But then y'all want to say y'all independent. So which one is it? Are y'all independent and y'all boss bitches, or is men controlling the behavior? Make it make sense. Make up your mind. And please stick to the point. That's one. Two. Hold on, family. Y'all keep bringing up this whole thing of sexual assault and people being taken advantage of and all that. When young black males are the most assaulted ones, point blank period, statistically. But y'all want to keep bringing that up, right?
Who they talking about?
Hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. When we are statistically the most taken advantage of is young black boys. We're the most taken advantage of statistically. We have the lowest rate of score statistically. But y'all want to keep bringing up all this stuff about how y'all so damaged and all this other stuff when in reality, statistics show it's really us. It's really us. But y'all want to keep bringing that up. Listen, man, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Stop being upset that people are going over there, overseas, or wherever they want to go to do whatever they want to do. Whether they want to get some ass, whether they want to get married, whether they want to see the sights. That's none of your business, okay? Step your game up. And just because now black men are starting to have a voice and starting to call things out and telling you how we really feel, you keep saying we don't talk about how we feel. You keep saying that we're not emotionally vulnerable. But now that we're emotionally vulnerable, that's still not good enough. So what do you want? You want us to be vulnerable, or you want us to shut up?
Hold on.
You know?
Who are you talking to?
You want us to talk? You want us to talk and be transparent? Or you just want us to be robotic and be providers and provide for you for 20, 30 some odd years, and then all of a sudden we fall apart, we're no longer here, and then y'all get all the pensions and everything else. They get all the money and resources that we leave you once we're not here no more. Which one do y'all want? Y'all can't have it both ways. Like I said, you say y'all want a robot, yeah, we want a robot, y'all really want a robot. Based on the demands and the criteria that y'all have.
Who
you know what I'm
saying?
Based on the demands and criteria that we have. You know what I'm saying? And that's the bottom line. Y'all know y'all all do that. Point blank period.
Who are you talking to? I'm asking you, who are you talking to? Like who? I need to understand what audience are you referring to?
I'm talking about what black women say and what y'all do. And you made a lot of points about black women and what y'all say and what y'all do, and I'm making points that's all BS based on y'all actions. Y'all actions say something completely different. And when we put things, y'all always blame men. Like the brother pointed out Lil' Kim and all that stuff, and then boom, all of a sudden you want to blame a man. Why y'all want to blame a man for every single thing that y'all said that y'all independently make these choices? Y'all said y'all independent women. Y'all say y'all.
I'm gonna tell you like this, right? Black women will never submit to men that they perceive to be feminine. Okay, it doesn't matter how, why, or if it's right or wrong. They will never, and I mean never, do that because they're biologically, genetically wired to reject men that they see as feminine. Okay, it doesn't matter how that happens. This is what's going to happen. That's the bottom line. Let me address something to you, right? And the females that's up on this panel and in the chat, y'all already know how I've spoken thus far, right? I have never said while I was on this panel, right, that anybody was independent. I've never said that. When I spoke about Puffy, I made it clear that the first people that came at Lil' Kim was white feminists. And you can go research that for yourself. And I said that she was told by these white feminists not to do that because of its effect on little girls. Okay, and the little girls was me, my generation. All right. That's who they were saying she would corrupt with that. Now, the only reason why she was able to do that is because she was signed to a label, and that label was not owned by black women. Period. She was not promoted by black women because black women didn't own shit. Okay, they didn't have no reproduction companies of CDs and none of that. Okay, they wasn't promoting her concerts. No, the only reason why Little Kim could be anything is because a man, be it black or white, promoted her and put her in position to do that. That is the only reason why she was able to do a motherfucking thing. Okay, and if she feel like she's a boss bitch, the bitch is lying, because that's not how it goes. If you a boss bitch, you don't need men to do a motherfucking thing for you. But meanwhile, when I mentioned Puffy, instead of y'all looking at what he actually fucking did, you're just telling me I'm blaming black men. No, in that instance, I'm blaming Puffy, because he was the one controlling shit when it came to Little Kim. So why the fuck can't I speak to what one man did and say, you know what, this is an example of a woman that sat there and went rogue, and the only reason why she was able to do that is because she had the support of a certain type of man, and this is the type of man that I'm showing you in this example. I'm not talking about every black man. So why in the world are you saying, well, the way y'all women act? You see how I'm acting? You're not going to attribute that to all women. No, you're just going to take the lowest of the low of all black women and attribute that to me. That anything I do will never be attributed to all black women because it's good. No. Only bad things can be attributed to all black women, or even some. Not anything else. And honestly, as a woman, I turn my ear deaf to you when I see that you can't respect like very menial things like that. Like, I didn't say all black men, and I damn sure was not saying that a whole race of people are in control of shit. Like, we already know that's not the case. I spoke about Little Kim for a reason, because we're talking about feminist ideology. We're talking about the boss bitch mentality. It started with her. So I'm talking about her. And everybody around her gave her power to do what she did. Who was around her? You already know who was around her. So stop talking to me like for some reason I'm putting black men down when you can go Google who the fuck was standing around her, making her the star that she was. Now, I'm not taking any credit away from white men or even Jewish men. I'm not doing that. But at the end of the day, who are we talking about? I'm not going to shy away from that. And the more you keep acting like women bringing that up is a problem, the more women are just going to be able to say, you know what, maybe I should be alone. Maybe I should buy a dog and have, puppy babies. Maybe I should go and be a lesbian. Maybe I should just be happy with just being alone. That's what people are going to do, as in, case in point, the passport bros, MGTOW, and all this other shit. Okay, because people will say, fuck it at some point. They will, including women. All right. So all I'm saying to you is, I don't even care about what's at the end of the day. If what I'm telling you is very specific, and I'm being careful not to attribute anything to all black men, but you can sit on this panel twice now and attribute something that women do, even though I've shown you on this panel, I haven't done that. No other woman here has done that, but you're attributing what the lowest of the lowest type of caste females we have in our society to me. This is the problem, and why women will say, you know what, it's not even worth the squeeze. And I'm okay. And here's the one thing I do agree with you on. The women complaining about passport bros, yeah, these are your low-level, low-hanging fruit that don't have no option type of females. They complaining that the men that they don't want is leaving. Yeah, I have a problem with that. I do. But would you attribute that to most black women or half or any? No, you're going to attribute that just to me. You're not going to give credit to the black women that agree with me that would say, why are you even caring about these dudes? You know you wouldn't sleep with them anyway. Let them go to mingling and them and shit. The fuck? Like, every group has their throwaways. Like, you're not going to attribute that to them. And I've not 1 second on this panel have I ever complained about niggas going over there to Asia or wherever they at. All I said is, don't put me and my people down because of what you are doing. That's the only thing I said to them. I'm not complaining about what they're doing. I don't see anything wrong with what they're doing, because black women can do the same thing if they feel the need to do so. So what's the need in complaining? All I'm saying is, as black people, we need to represent wherever the fuck we at. Like, come on, because it affects all of us. Because we all know, no matter if they think we Caribbean, African-American, Nigerian, whatever, they're going to see us the same. Period. So when you do dumb shit in these foreign countries, it affects everybody that travels to foreign countries. So don't do that shit. That's all I'm saying. I'm not complaining about passport bros. And females like me, a lot of them are not complaining about passport bros. There's enough men in America for us to be complaining about a few that go overseas. Like, seriously. So no, I'm not accepting that. And I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that a lot of black women have the same frustration I have. That we can't just say, yeah, that's the truth without you saying, y'all feel like y'all boss bitches. We feel like they boss bitches. The lowest tier females. What about the other tier females? This is the shit that Kevin Samuels was doing, speaking to the top 1% of men. Meanwhile, 99% of the men he's talking to don't even fit inside of his context of what he's talking about. Listen, no, the females that's ratchet, they not listening to these conversations. They not. So why are we acting like these are the women that we talking about? We're not. Not at all. Like most men don't give a fuck about them type women, and honestly, rightfully so. So that's why I said, who are you talking about? I've never felt that way. I don't have no females in my family that feel that way. Matter of fact, I've only seen in large white women saying, "Oh, I don't need a man. I got this." Like really. And here's the thing: you can look these females up saying that shit, but somehow that's only attributed to black women. No matter how many white women say that shit. This is the problem. Like really, like they can say that shit for fucking ever. But it's only going to be attributed to black women as a whole. And I'm not saying that's black men's fault per se. Not per se. But to a degree, if you promote that in your speech every day, to a degree, yeah, we can say it's at least your fault. And if you happen to be a black man, okay, that's what that is. But yeah, I don't appreciate it. Like as a woman that don't talk that boss bitch shit, that understand reality because I live in it, like I don't appreciate that. And often I get attributed to the lowest of the low because I'm black. But white women, they all get attributed to the highest of the high of them, despite the fact most of them are the lowest of the low. This is the racism that's embedded inside of these conversations.
Okay, so let me go ahead and jump in since I'm next. Okay, so I'm just saying bullet points, right? So this is not to misquote anyone. This is just to kind of add something, all right? So in going back to, let's say, the Lil' Kim and the Puffy thing, right? All right, so it's clear that, of course, a black man helped promote, something that was started originally by a 304, okay? But however, right, unfortunately, it's like we're always getting, and I'm just saying women in general, okay? Even though y'all start the trendsetters, but then it's like we still take the blame for how it ended. Now, my point is, people are going to treat you how you choose to be treated. That even goes like in other countries. Even like for the brothers that go out there, you gotta carry yourself in a different decorum. If you want to be treated with respect, you gotta exude that respect. You know what I mean? For the women as well too. If you get upset that a man is calling you a bitch, especially after when you call your girlfriend a bitch and you call yourself a bitch, then I think, to me, honestly, you just need to suck it up and just take it, because at this point, you are whatever you call yourself. Okay? Now, the other thing is this. All right? Men who put our, let's say for instance, for us, we shouldn't really put our race down. Of course. It's very clear, it's very apparent. We shouldn't be like the minstrel show, especially to the outsiders that's looking at us. We shouldn't be always inviting people into the barbecue and talk about our problems without challenging them about their bullshit. You know what I mean? But the problem is, black men are just frustrated. They're frustrated because black women don't want to listen to them. They're frustrated because we're constantly getting disrespected. Not by one, but 4 and 5, 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 different type of women and different type of men. So we're always constantly getting disrespected, especially if we're in our own homes. See, every woman want to be like, hold up. So every girl want to be like that boss bitch like Lil' Kim, okay, in their households. But they're very submissive to their employers.
Are we talking about married women? Are we talking about married women in homes with men, or are we talking about single women that live by themselves and dealing with niggas on the humble? Which one are we talking about?
Well, I want to say like married people because I don't think like the marriage will even last if it ends off that way.
Okay, so 20. We talking about 25% of the population. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like relationships in general that people put themselves into, and you know, I'll talk about it like in another topic, right? Because I don't want to go too far into it, Lola, but you know what I mean. You know, you got these unruly, uncooperative type of people that's in these households, and it's like, you know, and it's no wonder that men are frustrated and they feel like they gotta run to somewhere else, because at this point it's like there's nothing that we could really do. And I'm just saying, look, don't put yourself in the equation. I'm just saying for those low-hanging fruit that you mentioned earlier before, which on the contrary, you know, you gotta watch who you choose. But we're in the cycle where it's like, damn, we make bad choices, but then we end up in these relationships where our women's not respecting us. We're trying to lead, but we're getting penalized too. But we're getting. Oh, I think you're going in and out of the matrix, Miss Best. But we're getting penalized.
No, I'm next.
Oh, okay. But we're getting penalized for every mistake. It's like we're not even allowed to make a mistake. We have like our own like little space where we could kind of talk our little ish or talk about what's going on, but then it's always infiltrated. I don't think I ever seen black people go up to a feminist space and say what they're doing wrong. A lot of times, I don't really see that personally. But what I do see is that whenever a man has an opinion about something that women do not like, they're ready to infiltrate it. And the part that sucks is that in America, because unfortunately, our leaders are the white knights, the simps, and women are the biggest consumers. They have the most power, so they feel like they could do whatever they could do to shut us down, to shut our talking points down, to tell us how wrong we are. How's about you just go find somebody else, okay, and deal with your problems with those type of people. Let the people who are trying to grow and fix their problems, let them mature on their own without unruly women coming into our space trying to correct us. Go ahead, Mr. Best.
Oh, man, this is so funny. Oh, boy. Man, listen, you know, the funny part about this whole thing, is my audio good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, the funny part about this whole thing is that, man, this is so funny. I mean, here's the thing, right? Y'all say that y'all attracted to, you know, masculine energy and all this other stuff, but then the masculine energy that y'all attracted to is toxic masculinity based on y'all results. See, I go about based on the results. See, you know, a lot of women will say, right? And here's the thing, right? You know, when a man calls things out and we try to state the facts, you know what I mean? We try to state certain things. You always say that we always say all women this and all women that. Just because we're saying different things that are factual. You always want to run to that argument. You always want to move the goalposts and not take accountability and responsibility for things that I specifically name that women are not doing taking accountability and responsibility for. That's one. Two, you know what I'm saying? If the masculine energy that you know that women are attracted to, right? And they say, oh, we want dominant men. We want men that are attracted, that are physically dominant, that are dominant this way, they're dominant that way. But then you look at the results of these women, and are they finding results? Are they finding husbands? Are they finding the right man? And a lot of them are not. Basically, they're not, because the proof is in the results. If your results were showing that you being attracted to certain energies was able to help you find a great man, then you would have found him. You know what I'm saying? But it's not. You know what I mean? And not only this, let me just spell this whole Little Kim argument, right? After I just eat that one. Let me eat the Little Kim argument. We sit here acting like Little Kim was Stevie Wonder or Stacey Lattice or some shit, and she was a minor. This is a grown-ass woman making these choices. We ain't gonna sit here and just say, oh, Puffy promoted this, Puffy did that, Puffy controlled it. This is a grown woman making grown woman decisions. She was not a child. She was not a minor. She was a grown-ass woman making these decisions. Let's stop talking about her like she's some little kid that Puffy just came and he gave her a silk robe and he gave her something to eat and he just whisked her away and her parents didn't know. And he was on some R. Kelly type shit, and it wasn't. This is a grown woman making grown woman decisions, right? But y'all don't want to address that. Every time a man tells y'all to be accountable. It's not to be responsible. You always want to try to move the goalposts and try to blame men a lot of times. A lot of times y'all do that. And the proof is in the pudding. Just based on what I said. We are dressing little Kim like she's a little kid. Like she was a little kid when this happened. This is a grown woman. She had a job before she was even signed to Puffy. She was working in corporate America in New York before she was even rocking with Puffy and them. And that's a fact. But we want to see her act like she's Stevie Wonder or Stacey Ladder, so she was a little kid and Puffy just completely mind controlled her and she just wanted to make all this music about being a hoe and about doing all these egregious behaviors. No, that woman made that decision. She knew what was right from wrong. She seen the golden nugget, she seen the bag, she seen the money, and she seen opportunity and she went for it. So let's stop the BS and stop the cap. That's why I keep cooking. There's a lot of BS and cap here, man. A lot of BS, and I'm angry. I'm just tired of the BS and cap.
An opportunity that is offering her. I just need to know, because see, when I say, hold on, M3, when I say that men rule the world, right? Men be like, yeah, we do rule the world. We built this bitch. But then when I turn around and say, listen, everything a woman does is because a man gave her permission. Now y'all feel like, oh, you treating them like they children. No, we just following the same trajectory as the conversation. At the end of the day, she wanted to take advantage of an opportunity. Opportunities are things that are offered. She didn't make that shit. Because she don't make fucking CDs. She don't make radio stations. She didn't build all these systems that allow for her music to penetrate a whole fucking country. The bitch just fucking talk and sing sometimes. That's all she did. Like she didn't promote herself in these at these stages and shit. These were companies owned by the corporations, men mostly. At the end of the day, we can't sit here and say men are outbeating women because they own more companies and they employ more people. And then when I say because of that, women took advantage of what the opportunities these men were giving them. Now you want to tell me I'm treating her like a child? No, nobody was treating her like a child. We literally said she made that decision despite being told not to by women. This is what I'm saying. No matter what I say, you won't hear nothing. You're going to hear what you feel. And this is the issue. When men only hear with their feelings, this is when women get turned off and say, you know what? Think of me as masculine. I'm okay with that. Matter of fact, Mulan. Hey, over here. I got one for you. We're okay with Mulan taking these types of men. But one thing we're not going to do is sit here and act like women should just conform to basically being told that, y'all want to be like children. And when women show, no, we're not like children, we still get told we're acting like children. It's like, listen, what is the point? Like, really, what's the point? I don't know at this point. I don't know what the point is. If I'm going to be seen like a hoe or somebody else the same way as, let's say, Glorilla, whatever this chick name is, right? People going to see me the same no matter what I say or do different than her. What is the difference of me trying to prove that there is a difference if people are just going to see it as the same because she's a woman? So therefore, I must agree with what she's doing, or therefore I'm protecting her no matter what I say. What I'm saying is exactly what men say. They rule the fucking world. Even abortion. Bitches didn't get abortion rights because they fought for that shit. They got abortion rights because they convinced a man to let them have that shit. That's what happened. Just like Malcolm X said, you didn't fight for civil rights. You begged for that shit and somebody gave it to you. It's not a right. It's not something somebody gives you. It's something you take. These women don't have no fucking rights. They know that. They beg men to let them do everything. But then if I come along and say, no, these men let you do what the fuck you did, right or wrong. They let you do that. No, y'all don't want to deal with that because it sounds like I'm trying to say men are responsible for this shit. And it's like, how you going to be the leader, but then talking on how you're not responsible for shit. This is why I stopped applying for management positions. Because I hate being responsible for shit when it comes to other people and shit, and they got their own minds. I don't like that. I'm not built for that. Okay, I'm just not. So I knew, don't apply for those kind of jobs. I don't want to be a leader in that way. I'm just saying, I don't want to be a leader in that way. So I don't apply for those jobs. Therefore, I won't get the blame like leaders get. So it's like that, but that's kind of normal. That's like everyday shit. But why in the world can't we just be honest? Puffy promoted this girl. He seen potential in her, and he thought what she was doing was correct. And matter of fact, maybe, and this is on, and I don't know this for a fact, but maybe she wanted to be a conscious rapper, but they thought it'd be better if she took her clothes off and did something different. At least that's what we are told is the story. All right. Now, I ain't saying that Puffy did that. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just going off of hearsay, frankly speaking. But let's be honest, like that is a real thing. I think, Mr. Best, you mentioned, okay, talent as far as like Marvin Gaye, and all these different things. Meanwhile, all three of the people that you named either was gay or went to jail for sexual assault of a child. But when I say we have an issue in our community that we're not talking about, and it is toxic. Oh, no. Women call men toxic. Forget the fact that we talk about assaulting children, not grown women. Fuck the women. Just the children. No. We can't talk about that. No. Because it seems like we blaming black men. And it's like, hold on, yo. We ain't blaming black men. We blaming the people responsible for what the fuck they physically did. Like, really, if I can blame black women, right, for what they doing online, for instance, everywhere you go, everybody want to be twerking. Yo, I'm blaming you for being a 304. And if I tell dudes, if you go to a chick page and she's twerking, don't be in her inbox, because at the end of the day, if you make her a mother, you're going to pay the price. I can't force them not to do that, but that's some shit niggas can see on deck. Niggas can smell when you a 304, even if you look like a traditional woman. But the fact that they keep saying we can't find the traditional women. Listen, I don't, in real life, these arguments sound like whole fairy tales for real. And it's like, look, if you can't find somebody good, okay, fine. Just don't complain that it ain't out there. It just means you can't find it. And Mr. Best, you know my story, right? I ain't out here complaining about men. You know what I done been through. I ain't out here complaining. I ain't out here talking about all men or even some men. I'm just keeping it pushing. But it's like, do I get credit for that? There's a lot of women just like me. Do they get credit? No. Don't nobody talk about them. We all concerned with, the lowest of the low type of females, because these are the ones that got our attention the most. Whereas though, like Daryl said the other day on the stream, the women, the regular everyday women that's willing to be there and shit, they don't get no attention. They get passed over because they don't, as they say, look good from the neck up. Or maybe from the neck down, whatever, okay? Like, they don't look good. I done got passed over, hell, because I didn't have a certain aesthetic 3 times. The hell, like 3 times. Like, you think that don't affect me as a black woman? That I don't have the aesthetic of a Cardi B, and I done missed out on opportunities because I'm a very small woman and I don't have that kind of shape with me? Like, dudes really tell me that, like, to my face, because, they just being honest? You think that don't affect my pride? You think after so many go-rounds of that, I don't kind of feel like, you know what, maybe black men ain't interested in anything but ass? Yeah, I mean, I could legit say that. But am I out here promoting that, telling people, well, this is what all black men seem to talk about? Nah, you don't hear that coming from me. But are y'all going to attribute that to black women? No, you ain't going to do that. Let Pearly Things say one good thing, right? We talking about white women. But let me say one good thing. We ain't talking about black women. Let me say something stupid. Now we talking about black women. I don't.
Well, here's the thing. Number one, that's like somebody saying the market you just made about the CDs being printed. That's like somebody saying, yeah, I know I deleted somebody by shooting them, but I didn't make the bullets, so how am I responsible? That's the same thing that you're saying.
Say that again.
That's exactly like somebody saying, "Oh, I didn't make bullets." You know what I mean? So yeah, I know I shot some person, but I didn't make the bullets. It's not my fault that happened because I didn't make the bullets. The same argument you're making as far as how she don't print CDs or whatever. She is still responsible for the lyrics that she put out there. Okay, and she knew better. Okay, like I said, we referencing her like she's a child and she doesn't have her own mind. When she worked in corporate America in New York, she had a corporate job.
She's having conversations though.
Let me finish cooking. Don't be on the skin of saying it. Let me finish cooking. And that's one. 2, also, listen, I don't have that problem, love. I'm not looking for nobody. I don't need nobody. I am loved, and I'm very well loved and taken care of, by a woman, okay? So yeah, ain't no mailing and nothing needed over here. All right, y'all always want to throw that out that a woman can have me. Ain't no woman can have me because I'm already have. So that's one. So that's another point. Also, as well, You know what I'm saying? We gotta stop sitting here and just saying these different points where we are not just addressing the real issues. You know what I'm saying? The real issue is that every woman knows. Y'all all know that there's men that have chosen y'all that y'all don't want. That y'all don't want. There are men who do want to marry you, that do want to take care of you, that y'all just don't want. You know what I'm saying? And y'all trying to say that y'all passed over. You just say that y'all passed over. There's men that y'all passing up that y'all don't want. And that's a fact. And y'all all know that. Y'all all know this. Y'all know this is a complete fact, man. This is a complete fact.
That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal at best.
Yeah. Hold on for a second. I gotta zoom in myself for Wally. And Wally, man, put some respect on the woman's name, okay? What is Rashida Ali? Okay, it's Sharada Shah Ali. Okay, look.
Shahrazad.
There we go. Okay, you can see it a little bit. Anyways, put some goddamn respect on her name, man. Damn, people, please. Okay. But anyways.
I mean, she did promote, men slapping women, and you don't do that. So I'm just saying, just making an observation about, Miss Ali there.
But what would be a man's woman for slapping a woman? And why would
listen, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. People do what they want to do in their relationships. All I'm saying is if you don't promote a man putting his hands on a woman, because I feel like if you gotta put your hands on a chick, that's not the one for you, right? But if you gonna promote Miss Ali there, then in a sense you are promoting what's in that book, which is putting your hands on a woman. That's right. That's what's in that book. I've read it.
Okay, what page?
I don't remember what page no more than I remember what happened last year on my birthday, but it's in there. Read it.
You read the entire book?
Google that. Matter of fact, Google that, just that topic, right? And Google all the pushback that she got because she put that in that book. And she got another book about the black man's guide to the black woman, right? I didn't read that book, but honestly, at this point, I'm like, listen, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Like I don't know. Like I ain't nobody putting their hands on me, and I'm not putting my hands on nobody else. But if that's how relationships is supposed to work over there in her world, cool. I just can't be a part of that. Like, my father ain't raised me like that.
Well, me personally on that, I don't agree most of the time with 100% of what anybody says. So I'm not going to discount the 90% that she said right because I don't agree with the 10%. So I take what I take and leave what I leave on the plate. That's my theory, but I'm not going to turn a deaf ear to something, a complete something, because I don't like the 10% of it. That's
and that's right. That's back right there. Like, she made some points in there about just generally speaking about how people are, right, and how they operate, and how really this is like part of the problem, right? Because it's all like a big problem, right? But to a degree, right, I kind of do feel like when you don't understand your audience, right, and you just saying stuff willy-nilly, right, sometimes you can do more damage with one sentence or one word that will undo everything you've done for years. And my father taught me that. He's like, you could work your entire life for some shit, and 5 minutes will destroy all that shit. So don't ever take it lightly. So it's like, I get what she's saying about, sometimes what black women do, right, and how they play games, right? But she was talking about in the sense of marriage in her book. She was not talking about like people like me who got issues like from a single standpoint, right? She was talking about the percentage of people that actually do get married. And that's a very low percentage of people in their lifetime in my generation. So I can't even relate to, like, I forgot who was talking up here. But they were talking about, you M3, you was talking about, well, what happens in men being disrespected in their own households, right? I'm not married. I've never been married, right? So I can't resonate with that because I don't know what that's like. I never seen that. Like, for real, like, I just haven't. I know what happened with my father and my mother and why they were going through their issues. But I can tell you right now, the reason my father was going through those issues is because he basically wifed Cardi B. That's why. It's like, there was other women he could have been with, right? That was better, right? But he decided, no, I like them red bones with them big asses. That's what I like. And he got that, right? And he really got it. He really got that shit. And I'm just saying, like, that's my experience of marriage. But again, that's from a child's perspective, looking into their parents' like relationship. I don't really know the interworkings of that. So I can't even really, in all authority, tell you that that's the issue. But it's like, I'm not married. So when people talk about men being disrespected in their own households, be clear about the percentage of men we talking about, because it's very well known that there's not a lot of men per number to pick from out here. It's just not. And that's not black men's fault. It's just not a lot of men to pick from because the numbers just are not there. I think somebody said it on a podcast. They said if every black man got married tomorrow, we would still have a problem with women that are not married. Every single one. So it's like, you know, like, come on, like we got other issues going on here. But it's like, like black men in their own households being disrespected. Why did you get married to a disrespectful woman? 1, 2, if you being disrespected, did this shit just pop up, or is there other context that we're not talking about? Like, you know, in all fairness, like, what do we like if a woman saying he's disrespecting me, right? I could take that at face value, but the next question would be like, well, why do you think he's disrespecting me? Is he doing it because he has a mental disorder? Is he doing it because there's something you're doing that's causing him to react that way? Is he doing that because this is how he was when you met him? Like, why do you think he's disrespecting you? So we can't just be like, well, men are being disrespected in their households. It's like for instance, there was a guy I was at least trying to date. He felt I disrespected him because I didn't text him. Like, and I'm like, hold on, y'all. Like, I'm not from that generation where I'm texting people with shit all the time. Like, if I tell you I'm gonna call you at 5, I didn't say I'm gonna text you by 5. I said I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna talk to you in person. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is what he felt disrespected because I didn't text him. And I'm like, yo, how old is you? But never mind, I don't gotta deal with you no more. And that's great. But it's like, this is stuff that some people will feel disrespected by. So no, I can't take that phrase, well, men are feeling disrespected. It's like, no. Tell me what happened, what's happening physically on the ground that men are feeling disrespected by. Meaning, like, I was at MVA one day and a woman was telling her dude or her husband to come on because they can't get no service. And she was like he said, well, where's the door? And she was like, it's over here. And he was like, where are you pointing? And she was like, I done told you it's over here. And I was sitting there looking at her and I was like, okay, now I understand you're frustrated because you can't get what you want out of here. But when you're hollering at your man like that, like across the room, what you're telling other women is your relationship ain't shit. And if they tried their arm just a little bit, they could take your man. You don't need to do that. You need to keep your shit together. Meaning, even if you feel frustrated, there's other people around. Respect the game. Like, that's just some shit I noticed. I'm like, okay, you know, that was open disrespect right there. Even if you're feeling frustrated, you don't take it out on him, let alone in front of other women, if you know what you know as a woman. So, like, what are we talking about? Like, physically, how do men feel disrespected? Because I could physically see that. Like, I could see that disrespect, and that was very clear. So what are we talking about? That theoretical talk about feeling disrespected, like, no. What happened?
But here's the thing.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
You know, if you want to, I was going to ask Miss O'Shawn a question because, you know, from a perspective of a black man, when I was growing up, right, all I heard, because you got to understand, my dad wasn't, you know, in my life at that time. I had all sisters. My brother was a lot older than me. And the narrative, I always heard growing up just how terrible black men were. Like, over and over and over again. Once I got grown, then all of a sudden I started finding out all these discrepancies, like that black women weren't as innocent as they were being, as the narrative was saying, meaning that people, all of a sudden, the real daddy was told, oh, your daddy about to die. Not my people, personally, I'm just saying, I heard all this stuff. I started finding out, okay, your daddy about to die. You need to find out who he is. Wait a minute, now you've been hiding who my dad was for 20 years, you know, 30 years, you know, and all of a sudden I started seeing all these discrepancies in the stories. Like, men were bad, you know, and like, what about all these rotten apples? I mean, there's a ton of rotten apples out here. I mean, a bunch of them. Like, I mean, you got women going to school off me, things like that. I've had several friends, good guys. They actually met women that were nice women that they thought actually supported them. They went to school, got nursing license, you know, just different things. And then they turn around, get the license, and then kick the guy to the curb. Stories like this these are the stories that I'm hearing. Men are saying, man, I'm tired of this disrespect. I'm tired of being treated like this. You know, I'm hearing a bunch of men talk like that. And it's like it's being unnoticed, like unheard for some reason. That's a genuine question to you. I mean, I hear this a lot. I got a guy friend that he works for TSA. I mean, guy owns his own house. I mean, doing well, no kids. But he refuses to just go out and have a child by anyone. So now he's gotten to the point where he's almost 50 years old, and he's like, man, bro, I ain't got no choice but to leave. You know, I can't find nobody. I mean, what would you say to a brother like that, you know, or these brothers? That really their first choice is a black woman. And there's nothing wrong with it. People are making $100,000 a year. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Well, okay, I'm going to say this, right? Okay, first of all, just like black women have to understand that we're in a circumstance, okay? Black men gotta understand the same thing. Like, I have to understand that when I meet a black man, he most likely will not have a certain financial status. Like, I already know that going in the door, okay? I already know he probably has a record of some sort because he's probably got stopped because, you know, he had the tail light out and that turns into some other shit. Like, I already know that most likely any black man I deal with will probably have a record. So I can't, unlike white women, discredit men based on having a record. Now, that's unfortunate, but that's the reality that I live in based on the culture that I came up in and the history of the country I was born in. That's nobody's fault. That's just a reality we all have to face. As far as a man making it to 50 years old, no children, no wife, my question to him is, did you make it to 50 years old not having sex? Like, so, but, and if you was holding out, okay, practicing semen retention till you were 50, the question is, was it worth it? And if it wasn't worth it, go out there and get your fuck on, or just go pick up a regular chick that you might not be attracted to and marry her and just don't cheat on her and shit. If it's really that serious for you to have children and just kind of like do what you do. Because at the end of the day, that's a young man's game. To say, I want a woman that I'm attracted to, that spark my mind, that do this, that do that got this going on, and da-da-da-da-da-da. That's a young man's game. When you 50 years old, no children, and you ready to settle down and you ain't feeling like going through no dumb shit with no young ass bitch, like, you kind of have to be honest with yourself that, listen, the type of women that you gonna run into, like at 50, is at most gonna be like 30-something, 40-something. They most likely gonna be single mothers. Find you a chick that you can clearly see, take care of kids, and you can clearly see she got her shit together, right? You don't have to marry her. If you find her and y'all are good partners, stick with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's what I'm saying. A black man don't have to be like, well, I don't want to get married to just anybody. Who said you have to get married? If you're 50 years old, what's the need of you getting married? Getting married is for children. If you ain't, it's really for the security of children. So what do you really need to get married for? You don't need to get married. That time in your life is kind of past. But if you asking me, well, what does he do when he say, I can't find a black woman to be with? Again, the question goes back to, have you been finding black women to fuck off on though? And if you've been finding black women to fuck off on, I'm gonna be honest with you, no one can really feel kind of bad that you haven't found a woman, because when you fucking off on a bitch, that's time you could have been putting into a woman to find out, is this the type of woman I want to make my wife? Because women, even a good girl can get sucked into being convinced to go have sex with a dude thinking, okay, it's going to turn into something, and then it don't. Like, it happens all the time. So it's like, all right, like, have you been fucking off and shit? And I know most men ain't been practicing semen retention till they 50 years old. They haven't. And if they've been picky, right, it has to be worth that. It's like, if you picky because you feel like, listen, the woman that is for me, she got to be, whatever you say, she got to be cool, but understand, we live and die without choices. Like, I know for me, I'm not picky. I just want a man that my father likes. That's it. If my father like you, and like, first of all, if I'm attracted to you, right, and my father likes you, like, you pretty much in there with me. Like, that's my criteria. But it's like, going forward at 50 years old, like, man, I'm be honest with you, I'm kind of on the board of telling him, maybe you need to go to Thailand and shit, or maybe Brazil. There's some people in Aruba that's like pretty nice.
Yeah, you sound like some college American.
But the thing is, in reality, we know that people are going to, have intimacy. So we got to stop preaching this fairy tale land that people are not having intimacy when we know everybody's having intimacy. The thing that we tell people is to be responsible when they have intimacy, and this man has been responsible. He has not made a bunch of baby mamas. You know what I mean? He doesn't have any priors. He's not out here doing anything irresponsible. He just has not been able to find the right person. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. Everybody, and this is one thing that really gets me. Everybody knows that people be out here messing around with different people here and there that they know that they're not even going to really take seriously, or that person's not really taking them seriously. But yet we sit here and we act like people are just supposed to sit back and not have intimacy at all. No, that's not a reality. People can have intimacy. The thing I would tell that man is this, right? I would tell him to not give up. You know what I mean? I would tell him to continue to strive, to look for something that he wants to do. If he wants to be a passport brother and go out and go find somebody in a foreign country, go ahead. Go ahead and do that. That's perfectly fine. You know what I'm saying? He can perfectly do that. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to settle. If he wants to be married, he can definitely be married. You know what I mean? And marriage is not just for kids. Marriage is for a commitment between two people who actually want to be committed to each other under God or whoever they believe in. And they actually want to be true to each other and want to have that common bond. Kids can come into play, yes. You know what I mean? Kids can be a benefactor of that, but that's not the whole thing that marriage is about. You know what I mean? Okay. So the thing, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? I would tell him to continue to keep striving for, doing the best that he can. I would salute him, you know what I mean, for 50 years for doing, you know what I mean, for being a great example. Yeah. And doing an example of being out here just doing all types of silly shit. Because a lot of brothers who are out here doing a whole bunch of silly stuff, and I'm struggling, Trina. Okay, I'm back. There's a lot of brothers out here that's doing a bunch of silly stuff, and they not, you know what I mean, definitely representing us well as black men. You know what I mean? So salute that brother. If you want to be a passport bro, go ahead and do your thing. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, we can get this conversation obviously can go on for a long time, man. But I mean, the one thing I will say is this on it though, Miss O'Shawn. And I want to just point that out, I don't want to be mean about it, but like you really didn't address the issue though that I was talking about. The perception of men having to deal with all of the I guess the women saying that they're victims all the time, really, in my eyes, but kind of doing a lot of stuff on the table, not part of the narrative, really. There's been a long history of particularly black women doing it. This is where the statement comes from: daddy's baby, well, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. You know that statement? Mm-hmm. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. It's a reason that statement is out there. Women weren't just sitting around just like the perfect nuns or something. It just always comes across that like that to me, like women just are extreme victims. And men are so terrible. It's
like I know it can come off like that. I know that it can come off like women are saying, well, they're victims, but in reality, right? Everybody's a victim. Black men are victims at some point in conversations. They are. Like we just have to admit that and kind of keep it pushing with that. It's like to the point of the 50-year-old man. Like I said, he can't play the young man's game. He's past that. And if he made that decision to move past that time in his life and not have children or get married because he was being picky, he has to live and die with that decision. So if at 50 years old, society is saying, listen, you're past the age of really raising children because you're kind of moving into that age where most people are grandparents, right? So it's like, what can you really contribute to society now? At this point, it's time for you to live your life. Meaning, if you just want to have sex, have sex. But if you want to settle down and get married and start a house and start buying a house on a 30-year mortgage at 50 years old, listen, that don't even make sense. You got to be realistic. So it's like, like Mr. Best said, I applaud him for not being reckless out in the street. But at this point, I'm going to say you probably should go overseas and just have fun at your age. Stop worrying about getting married and having kids. Go live your life, the end of your days out, and just have fun. If you feel like you haven't met one person out of 3 million people and everywhere you go, you're seeing the same people, because I'm going to be honest with you, that says more about maybe the energy he carrying with him than not. if it's not one person in his past, like Mr. Best said, that was probably interested in you and you just decided because you was picky, you didn't want him. That pendulum swings both ways. So it's like at 50, go live your life. Stop worrying about, creating a family and the whole picket fence shit. That's a young man's circumstance. Like, play the game at your age the way it's supposed to be played. Go retire and go where you want to go and have all the sex you want to have. It's like, it's okay at this age. It really is okay.
No. Well, see, the issue I have with it is like when you describe it, you say he was being picky. How about he had some standards? He met a couple women, and he invested in those. I know his brother. He invested in those black women and was a good brother. He made his choice, and they screwed him over. It wasn't that he was picky; he got screwed over several times. And
right, I'm not saying he wasn't choosing correctly, right? Because he probably was. But whether or not you use the term picky or standards, or whatever the case may be, these are his choices. And if he made those choices over 50 years, that's nothing to sneeze at. Over 50 years, he has to live and die with that. At 50 years old, his life is not at the same place it was when he was 30. The way his nut come out of his penis is not the same way. His attractability is not the same. His ability to run around and do certain things is not the same. So he has to live his life based on where he's at in real time. At 50 years old, stop practicing semen retention. If you are, go live your life out with whatever woman you want to live your life out and stop worrying about having kids at 50 years old. Like 50? Come on. Like, go chill out with whoever you want to chill out with. That stop worrying about that. Because if he was really worried about making and having children, he would have done that. But that wasn't a priority to him. His priority is whoever I'm with, it has to be for love and it has to be real. Cool. That's his priority. But he has to live and die with the decision that he made, making that priority. Like me, I'm not to that extreme with it. I'll be honest with you, but I'm not negating that he got fucked over. I'm sure he got fucked over for real, and I'm not even negating that. I've seen it happen to men. It happened to my father. Okay, it happened to me. All right, I'm not even gonna talk about what happened with me because these men on this panel know what happened to me, and I'm talking about some real life time that's lost. Okay, that I can't. Even God ain't gonna give me back. But okay, fine, it happened. We moving forward. Like I'm saying, like he probably gonna go to another country and find a wife in those countries. For instance, instead of going to Colombia, take your ass over to Africa someplace. They got traditional women over there that he might like, that's shapely and shit like that. I mean, he could do that. Like, why did he gotta always go to the white countries and shit? Just go someplace and have fucking fun at 50 years old.
Let me say this. He can listen, he can do whatever he wants to do because a man is able to procreate to the day that we're not here anymore. So if he wants to go and leave a legacy and have kids, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't have a time clock. We can make babies until we hit that grave. All right. So if he wants to go and have himself a family and make himself a family, he can do that. That man has earned the right to do that. Women are the one who can't do that at any age, but we can. So that man if that man wants to go and find himself a family and get married, he can do that. There's nothing wrong with a man.
That's what I'm saying. He can do what he wants to do at 50 years old.
I didn't interrupt. You know what I mean? That man can do whatever he chooses to do. You know what I'm saying? That's the choice is his. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with him having standards. Nothing wrong with him, taking his time. There's nothing wrong with him doing the things that he did. You know what I'm saying? Welcome back, Lady E. I see you in the building. You know what I mean? So if that man wants to find him a family at 50 years old and wants to do what he has to do or become a passport brother, he can do that. The choice is his. I would just tell him, don't be discouraged, and continue to do what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go and just sleep around and just go and not do certain things. He can do whatever he wants. If he's in good health, he keep himself in good shape, he's doing what he got to do, he can do whatever he wants. Even if he in bad shape, he can still do whatever he wants. You know what I mean? Because he's a man.
Okay. I mean? We're not talking about women in this. We're talking about a 50-year-old man right now.
And men don't have a time clock, so women can have a family.
But we're not talking about women's time clock, and we're talking about this man who has been on this planet for 50 years, and he's saying, because obviously he's tired of doing what he's been doing. So I'm not going to tell him, keep doing what you've been doing. No, get on a fucking plane, go someplace where there's women that you like how they look, and do you. At 50 years old, you don't have to subscribe to marry or anything else. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do at 55 and 60 years old and shit. That's all I'm saying to him. And honestly, a part of my answer to you, Sherrod, is a 50-year-old man, if he has been that picky up to 50, in my opinion, that was a mistake. That's just my opinion. That was a mistake to be that 50, that it would land you being a senior citizen almost, and you haven't even began in terms of a family. Because what Mr. Bester said about if you're in good shape, if you're this, if you this, those are some hard ifs right there. And I'm sure, no offense, I'm sure your man probably failing at two out of three of them ifs. So let's just be clear. At 50 years old, you're in a different sphere of manhood versus a 30-year-old man. You trying to act like you in a certain place when you not is only going to land you in a worse position. I'm not telling him go out there and be with a real woman and shit that's on some masculine shit. No, I ain't telling him that. I'm telling him if it's really about having a family, get on a plane, go to Africa, go wherever, and find you a woman that you like how she look and you respect her, and settle down. And I mean fucking fast. Don't be picky.
Well, listen. You know, like I said, even if he's not in good shape, I said he can still do that. All right. So that helps my answer question. He can still do that. Of course, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I am a man, and I stand on that. You know what I mean? Alpha man at that. You know what I mean? With that being said, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? We cannot sit here and just tell his brother not to do something if he wants to do it. You know what I mean? That's a grown man. That's his choice. He can do whatever he decides to do, and he can do it whenever he decides to do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the bottom line. You know what I mean? So for 50 years, yes, he has been a great example of what you should not be doing as far as a man. You know what I mean? As far as men, yes, don't come out here and just get with anybody. Don't come out here and just get married to anybody. Don't come out here just to do whatever you want. Don't come out here just making babies out of nowhere. Don't come out here just having a criminal record for heinous stuff. Be responsible. And this man has done that. So now if he wants to become a passport brother and find himself a family, that man can do that. We don't have the right to tell him that he cannot do that or not. Yeah. He can do that. He can do that whether he's in good shape or bad shape, whatever shape he in. He can do that. That man has earned that right.
No, wait, hold on. Y'all missing. That's a point that y'all saying, right? But y'all missing on something, right? So if y'all saying that he could do whatever he want, if he want to go out there, and let him go out there, which I do respect that part, right? But here's the thing. So if that's simple as it's supposed to be, then why is the majority of women are complaining about that? I keep telling them the majority of women. Okay, so the men that do go out there, most of the women that will tell them to go ahead, live your life, do whatever the hell y'all want to do. But when he's doing that, most of the women are complaining about that. It's like a walking contradiction.
I don't know who you talking about complaining that 50 and 65-year-old.
If I'm not talking about you, hold on. I'm giving you the answer. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about most women. I haven't seen it. You haven't seen it, but I heard it. Okay.
I'm sure somebody feels that way, but come on.
But you know it's the truth. Most of them that will tell you, well, I don't need you. Get going. And when that man finally leaves, guess what happens? Hold on, let me find my little song. Damn, I can't find my sound bit right now. Oh, there it is. You'll hear the violin sound effects. Y'all be crying. Y'all be like, I can't believe he left me like that. I didn't want him to go. I was just mad at him. And then that's when y'all really get to your senses, though. So let me get an amen on that part. All right?
Yeah.
Get my little doggy snack. But look, man. I'm just here to tell the truth, man. Because a lot of y'all guys be capping so hard. The men be capping, the women be capping.
Super cap.
Let's all just shut the fuck up and stop capping.
M3, he just said that he has a friend who's 50 years old, 50 plus years old. And this man has purposely not had children, per se, with the women he's been with, because he's felt that the women he was with wasn't worth him making them a wife and or a mother, okay? This is the women he's had in his sphere. But I'm just saying, these are choices that this man has made. Now, what I'm saying is this: sure, these are good choices, generally speaking, but when those choices start affecting time, and too much time has passed. For instance, I got a friend who she's a virgin and she's over 40, and I'm telling her, you don't want to be a virgin at 50, because at some point, sure, being a virgin is nice, but it's going to start working against you at some point. Like, yeah, you want to maintain your purity, or cool, but if no man really wants you, virgin or not, you got to deal with something else now. And just maintaining virginity is not going to keep you happy, nor is it going to get you a family. Like, I mean, honestly, it's good to be a virgin at some point in your life, but if you pushing 50 and you still a virgin as a woman, I mean, there's other issues you have to address at this point, because there's too much time that's passing. And it's like, sure, there's a time to be a virgin and it's a time not to be a virgin. At this man's stage in his life, this is not the time for him to prove that he's anything. Honestly, if he still wants kids and he just wants them, he has to really contend with why he still wants kids at this age. And if it's really that important to him, he can't be like, well, no, I have to be with a black woman. At that age, he can't be picky, whether it's with a black woman or not, at 50 years old. I'm not saying he can't have children, but let me tell you something. And this is something that, as a woman, I'm going to tell y'all. I've dealt with older men, 50 plus. Y'all not packing like you think you packing, okay? A lot of women making you feel good, but that's not what's happening, okay? Like, on some real shit. And if I haven't been with you since you were like in your early days, getting with you at 50 and 60 years old, listen, you're going to pay a tax for that shit. So I'm telling him now, he better get on that plane and he better make that shit work and not sit and be but so picky. I'm not telling him go out there and be with a whole ass bitch.
I don't understand your point about the 50 part, Lola. What you mean about the 50 part?
He can't be picky at 50 years old, because he's going to be he's going to be 60 real soon, and he's going to be still picky.
But see, here's the thing, though.
That's like saying like a woman hits the wall.
Wait, best hold on, because he said that she misquoted him. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, she misquoted me. I never said anything about that man saying that. First of all, he's not over 50. Then I never said anything about he was being picky and he didn't choose a certain thing. I said that he had women in his life that he did choose, and they screwed him over. He sent women to school. He did all sorts of things, being a good black man to those women, and they let him down. He wasn't being picky at all.
Okay, so let's say this. If he's not making it a race issue, right? The only thing for him to do is what Mr. Best said, just try again. I'm not going to tell you to tell him just try again. I'm going to tell you he need to do something different than what he has ever done. At this age, he need to be bold as fuck. That's what he need to be.
Right.
Now, if he was 32, I would say, listen, dude, don't let a few chicks like blind you to sit and say a whole race of people ain't shit because you just looking for one woman out of 6'3 million. Like, come on, like that's kind of stupid. But at 50 years old, yeah, you still want children and shit. Yeah, you need to make that happen in the next 24 months. And if you want to do it with a traditional woman at this rate, yeah, get on the plane, because you don't got much time to sit and date anymore. So yeah, get on that plane. And don't worry about having black children. Just do whatever you need to do if having children is a priority to you. But if it's not, just wait around and do what Mr. Best said. But if you trying to make some shit happen, I'm telling you now, if you feel like you can't meet no black women that will do you right, and I'm not saying he feels this way, but if he on some some Austin shit, listen. Go find your happiness at 50 years old. I'm okay with that. I really do support him doing that. Just like my father. If he decided he can't find no black women right now at his age, Dad, let's take a trip. Let's just take a trip and see how you do in another place. Like, let's just take a trip.
I got 3 quick points and I'm gonna let Queen go. Number one, right? It's funny how you always say that, men ain't packing at a certain age, or we ain't packing, we a certain height or whatever. And here's the thing, but it's so funny when we say y'all hit the wall after 25, y'all get offended, right? Y'all get
certain women hit the wall at 25.
Let me finish.
White women hit the wall at 25. I'm fucking 41 years old, and you see how I'm throwing it. Like, so don't sit and say like women hit the wall at 25. Spanish and white women hit the wall at 25. Don't do that.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish my point. I said I got 3 good points, and I'm gonna keep going. 2, you know what I'm saying? Also, I never told the man to keep doing the same thing. I told him to keep going and keep striving and never give up on finding the right one. And I told him if he wanted to be a passport brother or he wanted to stay here, that he could just make up his mind to do what he wants to do, but not to give up on finding that one. That's what I accurately said, okay? That was the actual quote. That's that. Lastly, there's nothing wrong with somebody being a virgin and saving themselves, right? There's nothing wrong with that. If your friend who wants to save herself, you know what I'm saying, and not be, out here just spreading herself around, You know what I mean? In practice, you know, trying to find the right one, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? You know, at least she's doing that and not being a whole Babylon. Like a lot of these women out here doing. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? I salute her on that. And she should be saluted. Not told that she need to give it up, not told that she need to just be with anybody. No. She needs to continue to do what she's doing and find that right person that she really wants to love and value and be with. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Queen,
Sherrod, let me ask you a question, Sherrod. If you seen a chick that was 45 years old, because I'm 41, she's 45, and a man has never touched her, and she's been on plenty of dates, but men don't want to touch her, and she's still a virgin. Are you telling me that you would not think something wrong with Shorty?
Hold on. Before Sherrod answer the question, Lola, right? We do have to get with Queen.
Yeah, Queen
Hey guys, I don't know what's going on.
The topic, Queen, is how to pick up a black man.
How to pick up a black man?
Yeah, and the one who's teaching us, right, is the Filipino women.
If you don't know, nobody can teach you shit. That's how to wash your ass. You don't know how to pick up a man? You need to be alone. I don't know. Are we talking about non-black women?
Nah.
It was Filipino women talking about.
In the video, yeah.
Be a ufufu, whatever you like, and then when you get your paper and your American citizenship, then kick them to the curb like y'all normally do.
Right.
Just be ufufu, like Eddie Murphy said. Yes, whatever you like. That's how you pick up a black man or any man.
Wait, he had a question that she wants you guys to answer. Mr. Sherrod, you want to answer this one? Her statement says that, her question, I meant, says the issue with a man having children at an older age is that how long will he be around to be the father figure in those children's lives?
It ain't no issue. It's none of your business. If a man if he want to have kids at older age, who is anybody to say how long they're gonna be around? You could have a kid at 15 and you could die the next day. Shut up. Mind your business. You ain't in their life. You ain't in their bedroom. Don't worry about how people want to reproduce. Damn, stay out of people's business.
Okay, Sherrod, answer my question.
Does she even know who she's talking to?
Ditto to that. Ditto. But now,
Queen, you know that was Lady E that asked that question, but I'll relay that message to her.
I'm not on nobody. I'm not wearing no cake for nobody. Mind your business. Shit.
You heard what she said. Mind your business.
Answer my question.
I'm gonna answer it, but trust me, I'm gonna answer it, and I'm gonna keep it 100 because there's one thing I do. I ain't gonna cap. If you 50 and you a woman and you look good and you don't have no kids.
I didn't say she looked good. I didn't say she looked good. I just said she has saved herself and she's 45 and she go on dates but no man really wants her like that. But she 40 but she a virgin. I'm asking you. I didn't say she looked good. I'm just telling you she's a virgin. She saved herself. She virtuous and shit. Mm-hmm.
Well, if she virtuous, now if she virtuous, I can't say there's something wrong with her then because she's virtuous. I ain't gonna find nothing wrong with unvirtuous now.
Mm-hmm.
But
now, be honest. If I just told you, If I just told you that, are you wondering why no other man has wanted to lay hands or dick on this bitch?
Of course I am. Because I mean, she's a virgin. I mean, you a virgin and you not virtuous. You ain't telling me now. If you come to me talking about, well, I'm a Christian and I just don't believe this, then I'm okay. This woman's telling. But
she just feel like
if she not saying anything like that, and it's just a normal circumstance, of course I'm gonna look and I'm gonna be okay. Let me see if I see any red flags or something like that. But I don't know if you comparing that to my friend because my friend wasn't no virgin.
No, I wasn't comparing that to your friend. But see, for instance, but my point to bringing that up is that at some point, right, there's a time and place for you to be a virgin, right? But then there's a time when you're past that point in your life and you should be experienced, because when you go out into the world is expecting you to be an experienced woman by the age of 45, 50. If you don't know what it is to be in a full-fledged relationship with a man, because you're quote unquote saving your virtue, you're hustling backwards at this point because time has moved past that point for you to do that thing. So this is why I said that at this guy's age at 50, sure, he can have more kids, but he needs to do it rather quickly. And I'm gonna be honest with you, my father told me something, because I was dating an older guy once, and my father told me, when I told him the guy's age, he said, look, let's suppose a relationship run 10 years and do, you know, he died, whatever, 10, 15 years. What do you think you and him are going to accomplish in 10, 15 years? Like really, what do you think that's going to happen? And if you have children, are you willing to raise them children for the rest of your life into your old age alone? And are you willing to do that again? And I honestly told him, nah, I'm really not. And he was like, find somebody your age or tell dude it's over. And I had to tell dude it was over. Like I told you, I value my father's opinion. So it's like I had to really make that choice based on the time I'm working with. I'm 41 years old. I can't really, certain things I can't do. And like, cause I'm past that stage in my life. So I got to move based on where I'm at, not where I want to be at. So it's like, you know, I'm not saying that a black man shouldn't be with a black woman, right? But I am saying is that I'm never going to tell somebody just wait until you die for the right black woman to come along. Go put yourself in a circumstance where you can find people and just do what you need to do. At 50, I'm okay with you kind of playing the field. I honestly, I am. At 50, 60 years old, 70, sure, do you.
You make the rules, huh?
M3, stop.
Well,
Stop.
I like
M3,
you though. You
please stop.
You gonna make the rules, ain't you? You gonna make the rules to the game, aren't you? Every time.
Thank God.
You can't help
it. Hey, don't try to suppress me.
Stop. Ain't nobody was coming for her particular. If you feel you and your feelings, Lady E, let me say this. I was just talking in general too, but if you took it like it was a direct shot at you, yes, I was answering your question, but you made a general statement. I made a general statement. So if you and your feelings, I'm sorry. Go take a hot bath. I don't know. But anyway, and Lola, you know.
Wait, hold on. Let me pause real quick. But there's a way how you address people. Plus, you came in hella late in the conversation, not knowing what.
Hold on, M3. Hold on.
Don't start with that bullshit.
Hold on. I gotta be fair.
Don't start. People make comments all day long. You don't cap for nobody else. Don't start capping and caping now. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't matter what time I come up in here. That ain't cool. Don't say that. That's unnecessary.
That's not unnecessary. Talk to her, Mr. Best.
Hold on, we gotta let everybody finish. She made a point. She apologized. Let's move on.
Please move on.
Like, let me.
Can I just speak on why I asked the question though?
Go ahead.
We'll
okay, so I asked the question as to what?
Hold on 1 second. I'm still talking. I haven't stopped talking yet.
Oh shoot, my bad, Mr. Best. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say this, Miss Oshun, man, you gotta, and we had our conversations. Well, we got our conversation. You got a hard road ahead of you, girl. You got a hard road ahead.
But I know that though. I know that most men won't really be able to rock with me. Most men won't. So I know that my dating options is real slim. But here's the thing. I'm woman enough to say my shit is real slim. And if I don't find that person, then that's my fate. And I gotta be okay with that. But one thing I'm not gonna do is be unhappy because of circumstances that nobody can control. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna die like that. Okay, I'm gonna be good. Like I'm good. And you know why I'm really good? Because the men in my family worked hard so that I could live the life that I live. So I'm good. Like I'm not mad if I don't find somebody, or if I don't find, like, you know, a certain level of happiness in a relationship that I might want. You know why? Because at the end of the day, no, it's nothing personal. Like I said, the numbers is not there. I most likely won't find anybody. But at the end of the day, if I do, that's a blessing. If I don't, I have to keep it pushing. And I'm not sitting here trying to make that nobody's fault. And not at all. It's really nobody's fault for real. I know that. I know I know the journey is a very scarce journey for me. I know what's out here in these dating streets. It's like, that's why I'm off the grid. No, I'm not complaining at all.
Lady E, go ahead, Lady E.
Okay, so when I was asking the question, you know, as for men having children at an older age, how does that play an effect when if a man at 60, 70-year-old produces a child, let's say he produces a son, how will he be able to raise that son to be a man when his time on earth is limited? Or his functionality might be limited on earth? I mean, I'm just looking for opinion. I'm not pushing back. I understand that men can have children until the day they die. But when is it like, okay, maybe I should think about this twice? Because do you really want to bring a child into the world that you know that you're not going to be around for that much longer?
To me, that's an individual choice, because a 50-year-old man, one could have diabetes, high blood pressure, and sickle cell or something. Another man at 50 could be the picture of health. Man, so that's an individual decision to me. And no one knows at 50 or 60. You say at 60, you're going to die at 70. You may live to 95. I mean, like, I don't think that's a...
You may, but it's also the same way where women, as they become of a certain age, they're less likely to conceive. So it kind of goes both ways. The conception and being able to have the ability to take care of a child, because you can be 65, 70 years old and healthy, and boom, you know, you can have a stroke, and that changes your whole life.
Well, you can be 35 and have a stroke, and it change. I know a guy. Yeah, you can be 35, 40 and have a stroke. So we can always.
Oh, I'm definitely. I understand that.
Yeah, I'm saying we can always introduce all these variables like what ifs and all this stuff. I don't think it's a one answer across the board, like a solid absolute in this deal. I don't think that. I just don't. You know, it's an.
I didn't think that there's an actual one solid answer. I'm just asking for opinions. That's all.
Yeah, but here's the thing, lady. Right? At the end of the day, that is that man's choice, right? There's a difference. You can't compare y'all timetable to a man, you know, choosing to have kids. Anything can happen at any time to anybody. Just like Brother Shira was saying. But that's up to that man's choice. It's his choice to basically have kids. Y'all can't have kids at a certain point. That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. You can't duck that. You know what I mean? You can't duck that.
Why are we talking about women having children at a certain age when the conversation is based on a man's age, and when men typically pass away between 70 and 75? Like, what is the expectancy of a man in his older age actually having the ability to keep up with a child and perform like a young man with a child, when you know, okay, there's a time limit on lifespan for real, not reproduction, but lifespan. I know for me, Mr. Hazari, he died 2 years ago, but he was a Muslim guy. He had several wives. Two of his wives died, and his youngest wife was still living. She got pregnant by him when he was 87 years old. She got pregnant by him. He died at 89 a couple years ago. So the child, she's an older woman with a child, and now she's most likely she's not going to marry again. And she got a child. He worked at at my job, so I know he didn't have no pension. So it's like now she out in the street by herself, alone, a single mother, and it's like, you know, she married an older guy, and he died 2 years after she got pregnant, and as he should have, at 80 something years old. Like, that's a real thing. And like my father told me, are you willing to be a single mother again because of age of a man? Like, for real, that's a real thing. And it's like, again, we're talking about probability here. Usually when a woman is older, the probability of her having a miscarriage is higher. But it's like when we talk about women, it's okay to talk about the probability of everything going wrong with her pregnancy. But when it talks about the probability of a man dying as a black man from health issues or just regular life, no, that's his choice. That's his choice. That's his choice. It's like, okay, fine. Keep saying that. And y'all gonna keep dealing with what you're dealing with. I'm just saying, like I'm saying, at 50 years old, you got roughly 25 to 30 years left on you. What are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna do with that? I mean, do you want to spend it working to take care of kids, or do you want to spend it having fun? Which one do you want to do? It's up to you. But my thing is, as a woman, I don't mind you at 50 and 60, maybe 65 years old, if you can, playing the field, because your life isn't really expected to be longer than 10 more years from that. So I don't expect you to act like you 25, 30 years old on the dating scene and shit, raising kids. Not at that age. I just don't expect that from you. But if you want to spend the rest of your life, the last 30, 25 years of your life, working like you 20 to take care of fucking kids, go right ahead. But I'm telling you, whatever you do, just do it fast at 50 years old.
Hold on, I never brought up women. Number one, E brought up women.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Gerard about what he was saying about his friend. I wasn't making a statement about you.
Yeah, I never brought that up at all. Yeah, so I don't know where you're getting that from.
I didn't say you did because Lady E came up and asked a question about, well, what is your opinion about when a man is older and he literally is trying to have kids when at any given moment is a higher probability that he's going to die from natural causes and shit, and the child is going to be left without a father and in the same position as these other kids that got fathers running around out here young, but they still don't have fathers. A father missing is a father missing. Doesn't matter why. What the question to him is, how do you feel about that? And he's saying, at least everybody else is essentially saying, well, a man can choose. Okay, fine. If we're going to stick on that people can choose stuff, then it's like, it's no point in really telling anybody that they can't do anything because everybody got a choice, right?
Yeah, well, I'll talk from a personal standpoint. I normally don't do this, but I'll talk about this. Like my dad, his father had him, he was like 57 or something like that. Mm-hmm. And he ended up dying, maybe, my dad was like 17 or 18 years old or something like that. Well, now from my standpoint, I'm like, rah, because hell, if it didn't happen, I wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? So when you said,
okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'd rather have life, you know what I mean? But I get it, though.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Sherrod?
I get where you're coming from, though, on that. But it's at the end of the day, it's innate in a man personally to have offspring. And if he's 50, that drive is still like, it's going to be in him innately.
Sure, just go ahead and hurry the fuck up and do it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, shit, underlay. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Mr. Sherrod, did you losing your father have an effect on you at that age, though? Do you think that it had an effect of you and your manhood in a sense?
No, my dad's still alive. He lost his dad early. My dad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my dad.
I misunderstood you.
But to answer your question, he felt like it affected him, yes, because I mean, he of course, when he was 25, 26, he may have wanted to talk, like any man, he wanted to talk to his father at 30, at 40. Hell, I'm 47, and I still want to talk to my dad. Hell, so I mean, of course, it's going to affect you, but at the end of the day, at 50, he has that choice as a man. If he feels like it's not conducive for him to do it here because of the risk and liability, and he wants to go somewhere else, to where if he does have a child there and he does have to take care of the child, his money goes further in another country, maybe. I mean, these are all factors. They're realities. Not that it's right or wrong. It's just a reality. He may be able to take care of kid better in another country because his currency is 1 to 45 there or something. I don't know, but it's just something to think about.
Well, Mr. Sherrod, were your dad like a traveling person as well?
You said, was my dad a traveling person?
Yeah, basically like
Pop was Rolling Stone.
Well, I mean, you can put it like that, but I just meant like pretty much like traveling like overseas and going to like different countries and all that.
No, my dad is a straight up G and gangster. That's what my dad is. And there's no, it's just what it is. You know what I mean? That's what he was. But he's 75 now. So I mean, you talking about back in the 70s and 80s having $200,000 and $300,000, and stuff like that. He was more than that type of lifestyle. I'll say it like that. So,
all right.
He wasn't a
dang, my daddy older than your daddy.
Yeah. You know what's funny? You know what's funny, M3 and the rest of the panel? Welcome back, Miss Polly. The funny thing, M3, is the simple fact, and we're gonna get to Miss Polly after this. The funny thing is the fact that, women want to tell men when they can and cannot have kids, but yet y'all the ones that started the my body, my choice thing. Don't you see that funny? Y'all started my body, my choice thing, but yet you gonna tell us when to procreate. Get out of here with this bullshit. That's why I keep destroying y'all all this pain. I'm gonna keep roasting y'all asses. I told y'all to quit already. I told y'all to quit. You don't want to quit. You don't want to quit. You're not gonna win. Just give up. This is
You could never.
Y'all whoever y'all gonna be. It's King the Conqueror. Y'all whoever y'all gonna be. All right, you're not winning this argument. All right, right. I'm not gonna let you win. I'm not gonna let you win.
Hold up.
Miss Polly says.
Hold up.
It's on Miss Polly. See, y'all don't listen yet again. It's on Miss
Hold
Polly.
up.
It's on
Hold
Miss
up.
Polly. See,
Hold up.
they're not listening.
Hold on. If it's up, then it's stuck, right?
Well, that gaslight just had to stop, yeah.
That's the wrong
I love
question.
it.
Okay.
I love it.
Oh, that's a part of the show.
She's a
Y'all
big
keep
race.
talking.
Yep.
So
because
hold on. It's Miss Polly's turn. That's
M3, that's
Miss Polly's
gaslighting.
turn.
not gaslighting.
Miss
That's
Polly's
all
turn.
part of the show. It's all. Look, don't make me play it again. Miss Polly, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Miss Polly, answer a question so I can return back to what Sherrod was saying.
All right,
please.
whatever. Go ahead, Miss Polly.
No, you guys go ahead because I came in and I had to leave and I had to come back. So go ahead and finish the question.
Hold on. Now I'm doing a hold on. You know what I'm saying?
See, Miss Polly,
I didn't even hear the question. I didn't hear the question. I don't think that's fair to.
No, you
right.
You can't know the answer. You should go watch the replay.
Right, it's not fair.
I'm saying
Sherrod, I don't
finish, and then I'll come next question.
Sherrod, Sherrod, I don't know if you took what I was saying as me telling him and or by way of you what to do, right? You asked me a question about my opinion about his circumstance per his age, not his circumstance and no age on top of that. I'm telling you that personally, my opinion is he needs to live out his days happy, and he might not need to focus on the same things he was focused on when he was younger. He might not be. Doesn't mean he can't. Doesn't mean he doesn't want to. But in my opinion, he might need to hurry up a bit because life is moving regardless of his choices. So I felt that was the best way for him to move. It doesn't mean I'm trying to tell him what to do with his penis. I'm just looking at his age and I'm like, look, at some point, you're going to have to kind of shit or get off the pot to a degree, but this is how I feel. Now, I hope that, and this is for everybody in the listening audience, just because a woman says, well, in my opinion, I think you might need to go ahead and have kids and not necessarily focus on maybe some of the other things you might care about as much. That's not me telling the black man what to do and getting all, willy-nilly with him. That's not what that is. Because if you don't want my opinion, right? If you don't feel like my position is to tell you anything, you really don't have to ask. And that goes to any black man. If you don't want a woman's opinion, don't ask her. That way she don't feel the need to even answer something that she don't even know exists. That's how you circumvent that shit. But at the end of the day, what we're not going to do is sit here and have black women give their honest to God opinion and then being told that's a problem too. And then when they don't give their opinion and they just, stand back, that's a problem too. Like, no. Sherrod, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. I'm just telling you from my opinion, I'm okay if he decided to go overseas. I'm okay if he decided, you know what? Bump all that. I just want to play the field. Like, I'm okay with that because of his age. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
She just told him to go hurry up if he wanted to have a family. Go ahead,
yeah,
so you tell him what to do.
You can't make this shit up. You really cannot make this shit up, man. Damn.
I'm not telling him what to do. He can do what he want to do. He asked me for my opinion. And honestly, Sherrod, right? If you want to piss off a black woman to not really want to fuck with you, ask her honest to God opinion and then make her feel like she shouldn't have never been in the room for you to ask her. That's the quickest way to have a woman turn her ear off from you. And it's the same thing with a black man. Ask him his opinion, then when he give it to you, tell him, oh, you trying to tell me what to do? That nigga won't tell you shit no more. Literally, he might not even be in the house for you to ask him another question. So
that's what most women do anyway.
You talking to me as if I told you not to.
No, not you per se. I'm just saying, like with what I just did with you You asked me my opinion, I gave it to you, right? And I didn't say either way this man go, it's a problem. I just told you based on his age, I'm okay with him doing certain things because of his age. That's not me trying to tell a man what to do. But even though I said it twice now, somebody's still saying, well, look at you, you trying to tell a man what to do. And it's like, yo, we in silly season right now.
You just say he need to hurry up. You just said that. I ain't
Well, she said he needs to hurry the fuck up.
He
Her
asked me my
opinion was for
opinion.
him to hurry up.
That's my opinion. I'm not telling him what the fuck to do. He asked me. I didn't come out my mouth like, listen, that nigga wrong. He need to do this. He asked me my opinion and I said it.
No, nobody curses at me. Don't curse at me. You'll see another
Okay,
side.
let me say it again. He asked me for my genuine opinion and I gave him my genuine answer. And if you don't respect that, right, you have to respect that because that's the only choice you have in the conversation.
Look, I'm just quoting exactly what you said, okay? It has nothing to do with anything else. And that's just what it was.
Sure, this is the problem black women have with black men. This is the problem right here. You feel disrespected. Even though you asked me my opinion, you feel disrespected when I gave it to you. This is why me and one of my exes couldn't get along. You asked me what happened, I tell you, and then you put your hands on. This is what black women are really dealing with in the street. Okay? Sir.
Yo, how you move the goalpost that far?
No goalpost. You asked me no goalpost. You asked me my opinion. I gave you my opinion, and now you got smoked because I gave my opinion that you asked for.
I didn't ask you the question, though. He asked you the question.
That's a problem. And it's not just a problem in this conversation. It's a problem in most relationships. If you want somebody to answer a question, they are just giving you their opinion and not telling you what to do. But if they come at you and you didn't ask them shit, that's a different conversation. But right now, okay, my opinion isn't being respected, even though it was asked for. Like, that's what's happening right here. And y'all think that black women are supposed to lay down and be docile for that shit. Meanwhile, white women would never take that shit from you.
Huh?
I don't know.
Y'all heard.
I don't know, because I ain't asked nobody anything.
Rod laughing because he know what I'm talking about. He already know. He asked me because he wanted to hear my opinion, but you telling me somehow I did something wrong.
I don't think nobody told you you did anything wrong.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We didn't say anything wrong. We just quote what you said.
No, you're not quoting what I said, first of all, because at the end of the day, I told you my opinion. I did not tell him what to do. I told him my opinion. And it's frustrating when I'm telling you, you heard him ask me, Miss O'Shun, I want to know from you, how do you feel? And then when I tell him how I feel, now you and your feels about my opinion, just my opinion. I didn't say nothing but an opinion.
I keep telling you, I'm not single. I don't got none of these problems. I'm not single. I ain't got none of these problems. I'm well loved. I am well loved, and I can get it anytime I want, anytime I need. I got no problems, and I ain't into no feelings. You got to talk to the other captain, but not me.
Mr. Sherrod, welcome to Knowledge and Relationships.
Yeah, welcome to Knowledge and Relationships.
Right now. It's not about me. It's not about you.
I'm good, bro.
You know something he can ask, which he did do. He asked a question like a regular human being. But for some reason, a black woman giving her opinion, that's a problem. Like you said, I'm just quoting you and you telling him what to do. Like next time, this is what people feel like, just don't ask me. But then y'all feel disrespected when people say, don't bring your problems to me. I'm indifferent to them since you don't respect me. And on the flip end, this how y'all feel. If you're going to ask me a question as a man and then be indifferent to my answer, don't fucking ask me no more. And I don't want to give you no advice. But when the shit is flipped, you okay with doing the same shit that you complain about. This is the fuckery that go on between black men and black women that y'all just don't want to acknowledge. You want to keep talking about black women just need to listen. No, the fuck we don't.
Well, you gonna keep getting the same results then?
But black women okay with that, man.
Oh yeah.
All right, sorry, Mr. Sherrod. I know you was gonna say something.
Oh, I was just saying, man, because you were saying welcome, man. I'm good, bro. You know, I'm having fun. So I mean, we going on 3 hours. If I wasn't having fun, I'd have been checked out. So we good, bro. You know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I respect everybody's opinion. You know, everybody got a right to their opinion. I got mine. She has hers. You know, it's all good. How you doing, Miss Polly? You've been quiet. Very quiet.
Oh well. No, I'm taking it in. I'm taking it in. I just, one of those days.
I'm not the
taking
host.
it in, but
I'm not the host, but this started about, this Filipino young lady talking about, what it takes to get a black man, basically, essentially, in the Passport Bros. And we had this conversation, which, we may have to talk about this later. It's going 3 hours, but how many women actually are passport women or passport sisters? We have that coming up, that show coming up, by the way. Meet M3.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This the best. We got that show coming up. You know what I mean? Passport sisters, actually.
Yes, sir.
I was waiting for that topic. Passport sisters.
Yeah, we about to drop that one. So we'll be sending you a link on that. You know what I mean? Because I definitely want everyone to join it. Even you, Miss O'Shawn, you gonna come in? You gonna join with us on this Passport sister conversation?
I don't know. I heard somebody kind of mention that in regards to me because of the way I travel. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know why they would think I'm a passport sister. Because when I go overseas, I'm going overseas because I'm doing actual research, and I usually got a black man next to me, and I ain't fucking with. I know what they do about it. So I don't know why people want to sit and call me that, but I don't know. Like that shit kind of weird.
No. Listen. This wasn't a personal attack on you. I just simply asked if you wanted to join in the conversation. This is about passport sisters in general. That's
no. I don't know nothing about that lifestyle.
I have no idea where you go.
They don't know about the lifestyle.
Man, ain't nobody attacking her, man. Ain't nobody
I
attacking
ain't
her.
Nobody attacked. I'm not saying anybody attacked me. I'm not saying anybody attacked me by that. What I'm saying is I've heard that referred to me before, and I don't understand why people refer that to me. However, I don't understand that lifestyle to even partake in that conversation. Like, it's not something I experienced. Like, I literally have no experience with that.
You don't understand the Passport Bros lifestyle, but you still come. You talking about that? But
I'm not speaking about that.
I didn't know that you even traveled, so it wasn't me asking you for that reason because I have no idea about that.
I mean, I think what they mean by that. So I think what they mean by that, because you say they'll come to you. But I think, I don't know. It's a term. It was catchy in general, but most of the times, other than the young gentlemen that you see, or maybe some people who are just running around who are kind of promoting some maybe sexual, destination. That's not what it is. It's really kind of about expanding who you are as a person and going out there being someone who wants to learn about other cultures, different places. And I think that's what it's more about. And then also kind of showing that there are people who do date outside of America. It's not even a race, because there's Africans. If you date an African, you can still date someone who's black. It's just they're not African American. You date a Jamaican, he's black. And then for someone like myself or whoever, I'm biracial. So if I dated a white man, I'm not really going outside my race. I'm literally dating someone who's white or someone who's something different. So I think for me, it's never about race, because I just don't see color like that. But for me, it's culture differences. That's the big thing. Culture differences and things like that. So they are referencing. I would think that's what they're kind of saying. If you dated someone outside, if you dated someone Jamaica, Puerto Rican, that account.
Yeah. What'd you say, Queen?
You say M3?
I said it's not about what you see, it's the other person, and they do see color a lot of times. So, and Jamaicans don't consider themselves black.
You said what other people see?
I said it's not just about your conception.
I've been referred to as.
She got a delay. Yeah, a delay.
Everyone I've met, perception of me has either been I've been called white, been called black, I've called Spanish. So to me, I just love whoever I love. I really don't care less.
Spanish to you, but yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just
it just happens. It just happens. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even affect me anymore, because that's why I say I don't see it like everyone else. Where it comes to, I know other people may see it, but I mean, you could date Jamaican man. He's brown.
Hey, you know, Miss Polly, I don't. You know what? I'm with you, right? I don't really see no color, especially in this film.
Right.
You know, we're a bunch of black folks though. But honestly, the only color I see is green. If there's no green around, I don't care about anything else. You feel me?
Sure.
Listen, I see color all way. I see all these
Don't
colors.
even. You should have muted him on that. Comments. Anyway.
I see every color.
Green, right? Okay, cool. Well, go sit in the forest then.
I'm sorry.
She said, "Go sit in the forest."
3. So back to this, because I don't want to get off. We're really talking about women who choose to travel across seas looking for love. There is a population of women out here that have been traveling across seas doing the same thing as passport bros, but it's not talked about. So we're gonna talk about that. Let's talk about it. That's what we're gonna talk about. You know, you got women in Ukraine or wherever they going, you know, getting men to find, they going over there to find love or whatever it is they going to find too.
Or just to have a baby to get a citizenship. Let's talk about that. They ain't nobody. A lot of them ain't looking for love. They want citizenship. They want
whatever
that baby to have
for the love nuts.
They ain't love.
Menudo, whatever they looking for. They leaving the country
with someone you just met on 5 minutes ago at a drink or having cocktails. There ain't nothing love about that. Don't get it. Don't mix.
They may love dick or something. I don't know what they're looking with. Or they leaving.
Nah, ain't nobody leaving.
I heard most people from El Salvador do that a lot.
They leaving. The bottom line is it's not talked about.
Shoot him, 3. Shoot him.
I don't have those sound effects yet. Coming soon.
Whatever.
Oh man, I love that man. She's so hilarious. I like her. She's hilarious.
Okay, so Mr. Sherrod, when will you guys have the topic about the passport sisters?
He'll send you the link.
Me and Miss Polly, we haven't set the day yet, but we will as soon as Go ahead, Ms. Polly.
That is my fault. I was trying. It is my fault. I'm putting together another conversation with women, and I was trying to. There's a few ladies that I needed them to get back to me and tell me when, so I could concrete put that in. So I did. I was able to confirm at least 2 of them. So now I probably will say here coming up like this week, probably like maybe Thursday or something like that. There's a good time. So. I'll hit you up about it, but yeah, definitely have that conversation, and then lead into the next conversation about it's like a 2-part. So I'll put basically I want to have the conversation about American Black women and how they feel about some of these comments. Some women say they don't even see this issue on their threads or anything like this. So if I talk about it, a lot of people are confused. They're like, I've never heard of these things. I never heard of men leaving, and if they are, this is their response. So I think it's something that everybody really is looking into. So there's some women who want to voice some of their opinions, who are different. I had a couple of women on there who have dated internationally. One lady in particular, she's been dating someone from Ukraine for a while, and she's very, very traditional, and she's from here. So it's I don't know, it's just interesting to take on what it means to them. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Probably on Friday.
Okay.
So what you're saying is in America there's women so what you're saying is in America there's women, there's always been an influx of women, traditional women, to the point that they've had to go to other countries to find traditional men. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Powell?
Traditional.
I think she froze.
Wait, say that last part. You said to go to other countries to what?
Are you saying that it's been a long time? Are you saying? And my question is: are you saying that for a long time that there has been an influx of Black women that are traditional to the point that they couldn't find traditional Black men, that they had to start leaving the United States and created a whole silent movement, to find traditional husbands overseas? You telling me that American women were traditional and they had to leave to find traditional men?
Boy, she clever, ain't she? She liked it.
Oh no, No. I was just giving an example that there are women who are also dating outside of this country. It's not just American men. And I was giving some examples of that. I'm not saying they can't find anyone traditional here. I actually don't have a real issue finding partners here at all. But that doesn't mean that other women don't have the issue. So if they are saying if this movement is all about there being an issue, is there really an issue? And what does that mean? Breaking it down further than just these men are just running away, they don't like traditional women. Are they, or is it just that there's a few people making a scene about it, and half?
I think it's the latter
anyway. So
right, I think it's the latter.
And just have a discussion.
But it's a lot of them that's
with
making
all America
a scene about it,
and then with no Spanish or anything like that. And just being it could be mixed, but American Black women having a conversation of different ages, different life walks, and then have that conversation with maybe 5 or 6 of us, and then maybe later on part 2, which would add in that anyone else whose other ethnicities added on. Just have that conversation.
I mean, well, what you're saying is, okay, we're having a conversation as Americans about marriage, traditionalism, and finding traditional men. That's the gist of it, right? But the problem is this whole conversation about Black men leaving the Black community is over that very issue, that there are no traditional women left in America and the West is just done. Meanwhile, it's like this has been going on, I mean, for a minute, with traditional women feeling like they need to band together to try to find traditional men, whatever the case may be. But I've always known, as you can kind of hear in my speech, that traditional women and non-traditional women exist in every country. Now, if you the type of dude where you want a traditional woman because you just want to be able to fuck when you want and you need somebody that's, kind of like bendable enough to do that, sure, you're going to find traditional women and you're going to ruin her and for the next man. That's what you're going to do. But it's like, okay, fine. They awkward ass niggas that feel like they just want to have the sex they want to have, and nobody's upset at them wanting to have the sex that they want to have. But the issue is just don't lie about it. Same thing with like some of these YouTubers. If you live in a certain lifestyle, cool, but don't lie about it to people and act like that's not your lifestyle. Like that's all people asking of you is just be honest about what you're putting out there to people. Don't front. It's like if you just wanted to have it your way and you's an awkward dude and you don't really look like a jawline type of guy, cool. Go someplace where they like how you look. But don't sit here and act like, there's no women here that are good, so that's why I gotta leave. No, you have to leave because your looks don't measure up and you can't pay for what you can't rap for. That's the problem. Like, so you need to go someplace where the taxes is lower. And it's like, cool.
Yeah. I do think there's some people misusing it and abusing it, and those people need to be separated from the ones who aren't doing that. So that's why I said there needs to be a separation. Obviously, they're all kind of being thrown in there because there are some people or men who are saying they're not really wanting to be part of Passport Bros because they get a bad name. They're like, I just said I like a different culture. I like to go there. I'm not saying all that extra stuff. So they're saying I don't have an issue finding women in America. I don't have issues with any American women. So there's men who actually say that too. So we want to make a distinction of who's abusing, and those the abusers can't find it, and maybe y'all are looking for the right women in America. So this is the conversation that I wanted to be with the whole panel of women, and I didn't want any really males in that conversation. But I'll let you guys continue, and I do have to run. I apologize. Tonight it's just been very busy, so I will run. You guys have a good night. And maybe I'll see you another time.
Check it later, huh?
Good night, Miss Polly.
Good night, Miss Polly.
Adios.
She
Bye.
Oh wow. Hey. This is in 3? Really? Okay. What do you have to add to the topic?
Can you hear?
I can't
Good
hear
evening,
her.
everybody. No, I have my sound turned down.
No, you good. Go ahead.
You just actually about to talk.
I think the topic is about passport brothers and respecting men so they don't leave the country or something like that. Am I close?
You close.
What do you think about the passport brothers, like, leaving out the country because they're tired of black women?
I think that's an excuse, to be honest. Because if a man wants a woman that he's grown up with, that respects him, and he can find her here, he wouldn't have to go abroad where he's a stranger to find love. That's all. But, if he feels like he can't find love where he lives, and he feels like he'll find it in another country, then let him.
We're gonna find something.
That free will.
Right. I don't understand who be complaining about these dudes. It's like at some point, like 50 years old, he should just go over there and have fun on TV.
She did it again.
Let's get off 47. I'm leaving right behind you.
She did it again. Lola did it again.
I'm out.
But I think the difference is, from what I gather, what Miss Polly was saying, is that the women. I mean, I could be wrong because I don't really subscribe to either one. Do you? That the women are not. I don't hear women on here badgering and saying, "Oh, there's no good men in America, so let me go to Colombia or Ireland or Jamaica and find me a good man." But the men on here are saying that. So I think that's the difference, is that if you're going to go over there, just go over there because you want to experience something, you want to explore your options, but don't why do we always have to drag one to do the other? Just do it. You know what I mean? I don't have to drag. If I like fast food and I don't like McDonald's, I'm not going to drag McDonald's if I prefer Burger King. I'm just going to go to Burger King. I'm not going to sit here and talk about McDonald's ain't this. Compare. I'm just going to leave that and go to the next one. And that's the difference. Why you got to drag one? Because, and a lot of times it's not even about that. It's about you. Like I said before, it's about the person. You still bring the level of toxicity in every relationship that you're in because you're part of it. You're part of why it worked. You're part of why it didn't work. So check yourself. Stop always pointing the finger at somebody else. And that's why we keep still having these carousel conversations, with the horses going up and down, same circle, with the same outcome. Nowhere. We're still at the start line. We never even made it out the gate.
But see, this is what y'all women. This is what y'all women don't understand. And
what don't
I'm gonna let you close it out. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me fully? Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is what y'all don't understand. All right. There is certain women that a man will change for. Okay. That he will stop being toxic for. Steve Harvey said it, but y'all don't listen. Y'all don't listen. You know what I mean? No. Let me see. Y'all won't let me finish. I don't want to start muting people, but I will, because I'm not going to be interrupted again. You know what I mean? Now listen, at the end of the day, y'all know, and Steve Harvey said this, and it's true, he's speaking to the nature of men. When men speak to the nature of men, y'all don't listen. All right, the nature of men. Yes, we will. There's certain women that we are willing to change for, and there's certain women that we are not willing to change for, and that's just a fact. Okay, certain women we gonna go all the way for. Certain women we ain't gonna go down the street for. And that's a fact. And y'all gotta accept. It ain't the fact that we toxic. It's the fact that we don't think that you're good enough. Okay, or we don't think that you're pretty enough, or we don't think that you're fertile enough, or whatever we start thinking in our mind. And we could be wrong in these things. We could be dead wrong. We could be completely wrong in what we're thinking. But that's our choice. But there's a woman that every man will change for. All right. You know what I'm saying? If Halle Berry come walking through the door, Janet Jackson come walking through the door, hell, man, these niggas gonna start changing. Trust me. They gonna start changing everything. They're gonna start wearing suits and all types of stuff. I'm like, damn, I didn't even know homie like suits. Oh, he with her? Okay, that's why he wearing suits.
Who did you just name?
I named Janet Jackson, Halle Berry. You know what I mean? I could keep naming the names.
Yeah, but you're naming single moms that are famous.
I know. Hold on, but I'm just naming women that a lot of men find attractive. All right, and they'll be one to jump through hoops for. Hold on. Just like women to jump through hoops for Drake and Michael B. Jordan and the rest of these guys.
Yeah, but
it is true. Now,
I hear you.
Let me finish, y'all. Let me finish. Right?
Okay.
At the end of the day, there are people that everybody's willing to change for, and I know men, we could be prideful, but there are women that we are willing to change for. And if we're not willing to change for you, then you just ain't that woman. And I hate to tell you that, but that's just the truth. And that's
but that's the woman that y'all choose, though. So what does it say about you? So you choose a woman that you're not willing to change for? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all sound crazy right now. You want to choose a woman that you're not willing to change for.
All you women will change for Drake, okay? So hold on.
It says a lot about the individual.
Drake is a cultural thing or what? Drake is not that, not all that. I was just saying to the point that I said that because a lot of the time when I hear the podcast, you all put down or say things about single moms. But the women that you just named are single just because they're famous and were married. They're not married now. They're single moms, even though they have money. So somebody was willing to change for them to some extent, but eventually said goodbye.
Mrs. M3, I never diss single moms ever. I don't never diss single moms, and I never tell men not to date single moms. I never do that.
But wait a minute, But wait a minute, hold on. My father told me that men don't change for women, period. And the way you meet a man is how you gonna leave a man. So choose wisely and don't try to bend him, because that's not gonna work. It doesn't matter who you is and how good you is, because it's always good, better, and best. Now, my father is almost 80 years old, and I have not seen what he said be a lie. So when you say men are willing to change for certain women, no, they're willing to simp for certain women. And then when they get tired of her or get tired of fucking her, they're gonna go back to who they originally was. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't say I've seen it work any other way. So if it does, I haven't seen it.
Well, listen, you can quote your dad, but your dad not the only man. And I'm telling you, men for the majority, and I know a lot of men 80, 90, and 100 years old, and they'll tell you the same thing. We are willing to change for certain women, okay? And that's just what it is. You know what I mean? Well, a majority of men are like that. Majority of us are like that.
I sleep with these men. I know what they do in private.
Maybe your dad is not like that. The majority of us are like that.
I know what these men do in private, for real. Something you don't know that they do, because you don't entertain men as a woman. You don't entertain men unless you're homosexual. You do not entertain men. Period. I entertain men as a woman. So when I say, listen, I'm not homosexual at all. Please don't cross that line. You do not entertain women. I'm sorry, you do not entertain men. There's certain things that men tell men. Hold on, Mr. Best. Hold on. Wait. If you do not entertain men at the level I entertain them, then you cannot sit and tell me what that experience of men and women are. You are a man, so you actually. Wait, hold on. You think that men actually tell you what they really listen. What I'm telling you is that a man told me one thing, and in my life as a woman, because I sleep with these niggas, and I do other things with these niggas that you don't do, that I have not found that advice from that black man to be like inaccurate in not one instance, not one. But you're telling me, well, that's just one man. You see what I'm saying? But y'all talking about black women respecting black men.
Lola, we ran out of time. We got to close out, but we're going to let Mr. Sherrod speak. So
go ahead.
Yeah.
Hold on, M3. Hold on. She said something inflammatory. I gotta defend myself. I'm not gonna let her just reference me as a homosexual. And please don't ever do that again. I'm serious. Now, with that being said, right? What? At the end of the day, because I ain't not homosexual about me, period. At the end of the day, or even entertain that thought. At the end of the day, right? Men are not gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying, exactly what's on their mind just because you sleep with them. All right, if that was the case, then we would tell you everything. There's a lot of things we just tell you just to get in your pants. All right, we're not telling you everything. And there's certain things that men only tell men, and there's certain things that women only tell women. We already know that's a natural fact. There's certain things that you're gonna tell women that you're not gonna tell any man, period. And there's certain things that men tell other men that we're not gonna tell women, period. And we all know this. That's why there's girl code and there's guy code, and those statements exist for a reason.
Did my father lie?
Y'all can jump out the frying pan now. I'm done. Go ahead, Sherrod.
Did my father lie?
Wait, okay.
I'm saying majority men I know and what they do. I'm not talking about your father. Your father's only one man.
Okay, because if you're not saying that my father lied, right, I don't even know what that spew was about, but nobody was calling anybody homosexual. What we're saying is women's experience of men is different from men's experience of other men. Therefore, if I'm telling you as a woman that my experience of men have been exactly what my father has told me, that right there should never be challenged, because at the end of the day, I'm telling you as a woman what men do with women. You will never know that because you're a man. Unless you're of a different persuasion, and I don't think you are. So therefore, that conversation really is moot.
And I'm telling you that men tell men other things that they don't tell women, and women tell women other things that women don't that they don't tell men. And that's what I'm telling you. And I'm telling you that.
Okay, guys. All right. Hey, guys.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on, hold on. We gotta respect Mr. Sherrod's time, okay? That's enough.
Okay, you gotta leave.
He has to leave. Let him say his piece or whatever, and then if y'all want to prolong a little bit, y'all could, but but Mr. Sherrod, thank you for tuning in to Knowledge Relationships. We appreciate you for surviving and sticking around with us.
Oh man, it's been a pleasure, man. I mean, I've enjoyed each and every one of you, man. Everybody's opinion, man. It's all in good fun to me. I mean, the whole issue about passport bros and all that stuff. I mean, I understand both sides, the quarrel from the men's side and from the women's side. I mean, both have valid points. What I do and what I try to do is actually bring both sides out and all the points out, and it's some valid points to both sides, like I said, man. I hope we are able to continue this conversation on this at another time and some more topics in the future, man. I enjoy y'all's channel, man. I watch it from a distance all the time. So, man, y'all keep up the good work, man. And hopefully we'll link up a little bit later.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Most definitely, sir. So, we're looking forward even to the passport sisters topic, because I think that's going to be a hot one. And, you're always welcome to, come to Knowledge and Relationships when we do live stream. So,
yeah, man.
At least you got to taste of our craziness. So,
oh, man, I'm crazy myself. I enjoyed it, man. It was cool, man.
Yeah, that's
salute,
all,
bro. Salute.
Miss O'Shawn. You all right over there, Miss O'Shawn? You okay over there?
Yeah, I'm okay. He know I wasn't calling him homosexual, but he in his feelings. But you good.
I ain't don't reference that to me at all. I don't like that reference. Don't reference that to me at all in any type of way. I'm good though. I'm not in my feelings, but don't reference that to me at all. I'm not in my feelings. I just don't like that reference.
Don't reference that. That's all good.
Hey, I'm gonna have a little fun, girl. You better stop talking hard like that. You turn a brother on talking rough like that. You better stop all that. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Queen. I know you wanted to say something.
I was gonna say that I understand what Lola was saying, and I do understand what Mr. Best was saying. I've heard my father and his brothers and different older cousins and uncles say, yeah, man, she was a good woman, man. She changed me. She changed my life. So I don't think it has anything to do with people simping. And I hate when people use that term, because if a man changes in a relationship that's better for him and his family, there's nothing wrong with that. And when you put a label like simping on it, you demonize that and make it seem like it's something wrong with that. That's why the relationships are where they are at, because nobody is willing to do what's best for that relationship, meaning that there are adjustments every relationship has to go through and has to endure to sustain that family and that household. So it has nothing to do with being a simp, being weak, being a punk, being whatever. It's all about, my parents were married up until my mom died. And my dad said, I asked him, and he's almost 90. And I said, why didn't you ever get married again? He said, because no one would ever replace your mother. And every woman I looked at it through the lens of who your mother was. And no woman was good enough. I've seen them work together. I've seen them talk. I've seen him, be vulnerable, and I've never seen him as a simp. And so I think when we have those terminologies, we degrade people who are doing what's best for their relationships. And it's not about having cap or, caping for a woman. I think they're just doing what's best for them. So anyway.
That we can say that, but at the same time, look at the examples that was said. If Janet Jackson or Halle Berry come in, right? These are two women that can't keep a man. That it's like older, and we already know they problematic and toxic for real. When you look at just who they are without men, right? Then we add men into it. We know what the hell is going on, but because of how they look, dudes will say, "Well, I'll get my act together." Meanwhile, a woman like me and you will spend 15 years to he'll turn around and say, "Yeah, I don't know. I think I could do better if somebody else come around the corner." Like, this is what we're talking about in real time. So when a guy says, "Oh, I'll change if she's the right woman," no. What they mean is, if she got an ass on her, then I'll keep her. But other than that, I don't care what she got to bring into the table. I'm gonna play games with her. That's what most, and I mean over 80% of these dudes is doing. So I don't really want to talk about the 15 that's doing right. These niggas are simps right here that will sit there and look at a bitch because she look good and say, "Oh man, I don't want to lose that because she look hella good. Let me do right because she look good." And meanwhile, the actual good woman, it get passed over and shit. And then people say, "Oh no, you just didn't do something right." And it's like, listen, they telling you right now, this is what they want. They want Cardi B to submit. That's what they want. And if they can't get that, that's just what they want. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna leave you with that. But the problem is, they're screaming that these good women is leaving too. Somehow they disappearing. I don't know where they're going, but they disappearing according to them. So my thing is, if you would remotely tell me that you'll start respecting women and their sacrifice or just who they are to you when somebody does something, right? What happens when the woman that you change for decides to cheat or decides to do something that you don't like that's egregious? What happens? Are you going to remain the same man because you changed for her? So therefore, it's like when she shows you that what you did was, let's say, it was a waste of time. What happens now? Do you remain the same man and just do it again? No, most niggas is like, you know what? Fuck that shit. I'm playing the field. Yo, fuck that. I'm going overseas. Fuck that. I'm doing anything I want to do. Fuck that. I ain't committing no more. I ain't never getting married. Like that's what most of them do when they get their little feelings hurt over something like that. Why? Because they claim they changed for a bit. And it's like, they ain't changed. They just put on a face because they wanted some ass. This is 85% of them. Like, come on.
A fair large number. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny when men try to speak to the nature of men, and we try to tell an honest truth about the men that we talk about and the circles of men we talk about, and I reference, the great and wonderful Steve Harvey, even though I don't agree with everything Steve Harvey says. You know what I mean? I definitely had to reference him. It's funny how every time that happens, and we try to give you good reference points of why these things will happen. You know what I'm saying? We always get this pushback, man. Like, dude, it's so funny and crazy. Like, I'm telling y'all, men I speak to, you know what I mean, men that I've been around, you know what I mean, they're like, look, man, hey, look, she wasn't doing this, she wasn't doing that, and it's not just based on the looks. It's based on, a lot of times, it's based on the character. Most times it's based on the character. Most times her character ain't lining up. Because they already been with this woman intimately. So it's her character that's not lining up to what they want. It's not the intimacy part, it's the character. And when the character is not lining up, that's when they're like, you know what? Man, this is not somebody that I'm looking for. Or you know what? Man, I'll be willing to do this and do that, or go this extra mile for her. But man, bro, she's acting up, or she's argumentative, or she's doing this, or she's doing that. You know what? It makes me feel like I can't be a man. It makes me feel like I can't lead. It makes me feel like I can't be secure in this relationship. You know what I mean?
I think that's the point that both of you are making. It's the same. It's the same point that you're both making.
Yeah, but it's a different loop. Hold on, I want to move real quick. No, but it's a little different. Like, it's like this. I'm like, let's say first, from what I said earlier, right? Similar to what Mr. Best was saying, that okay, men are going their own way, but they're traveling now because it's a simple fact that, all right, they think that's the solution. Because how often you tell people to man up? How many times that man has to endure And I'm talking about the men like who just unfortunately encounters a lot of unruly women. Now, see, I could be nice enough and just say like, okay, the man just making bad choices. That's the aura around, right? And salute to Daryl Long too. That's the aura around.
Daryl Long, Victor Freed, I see you.
But you know, since like people are running statistics, 90% of women, right, are delusional, and unfortunately, right, they think that they're hot shit. So we have a bunch of delusional women that think that they're hot shit, and they're not really attractive looking because all the 10%, the top 10 women, you want to know where they're at? They're here in America, but guess what? They're all wifed up. Because you know why? They did the things that they needed to do, which was really, really simple. All you have to do is just have a fucking pleasant attitude. Okay?
Facts.
Just have a fucking pleasant attitude. All right? Look, okay, if you want me to be, no, actually, fuck that. When I tell you to smile, bitch, you need to smile. I don't give a fuck about your day. Okay? Just smile, do what you need to do, follow the rules, just like we gotta follow the rules. Okay? Because y'all be quick to tell us that, oh, y'all need to do this, y'all need to do that, And look, men is always pressure from all around, not even just at their homes. They're pressure at their jobs. They're pressure like at school. They just pressure all over. Society have that expectation. Oh, yeah, I got mute real quick because it's an echo. It's too much expectations that you guys keep placing on us, and then when we make one mistake, instead of y'all just being the support that y'all supposed to be fucking be, you know what y'all do? Y'all criticize us. Y'all blame us for all the mistakes that you guys have done, even if we told you guys not to do that. And anytime when we're trying to give you advice, we're always getting shunned. But you will get the advice from a gay man, from Susie, man, girly man, whoever the fuck they are. Y'all get the advice from them, but y'all won't get advice from a real man. Take up his fucking glasses.
What are you?
Anyway.
No,
y'all know what I'm talking about, but y'all can't have the truth. You know what I mean? I'm preaching now.
Oh gosh.
Okay? Y'all got me all riled up, and I can't even put these glasses on. Y'all was so unruly, right? From the past times when I did this live stream, that y'all broke my glasses. It's all y'all fault. 100%. It's 100% of y'all.
Respectfully, some of that is cap.
Ain't no cap. You know what's cap? There you go. No, there you go.
Because Smile and just be. If a woman comes home and she's upset about something, your shoulders are there. They cry on, and you all appreciate that. Not the same as a woman. If you remember, what was that show? Coming to America, and he was like, do this, do that, and everything. She did this, did that. He was like, I ain't marrying that. She don't have a brain for herself. Y'all, some of that was cap. I just have to say.
We all know.
But you know what's not cap though? Drake is. It's not cap. If Drake comes here right now and tell y'all to submit, y'all will submit to his every will.
No. She's a different celebrity.
Hold on. Y'all talking down because he didn't show up yet.
Like, hi, Drake, but nobody's like gaga over Drake. Y'all are always talking about Drake. What is that? It's a 30-something thing.
Okay, look.
Drake. What is that about?
Okay, do you know how many ruined married relationships was destroyed by Drake? See, y'all talking now, right? Because y'all yet. But if he wanted to, he could take everyone's wives away if he really wanted to.
You talking about 20% of the population?
No. I'm talking about 99.9% of the population.
No, you said
99%, right? If y'all see Drake right now, he came up to y'all would be leaving y'all man to upgrade your lifestyle.
You said 20. You said of married women, but only 20% roughly of the population in real terms is even qualified for that statement to apply to them. Only 20% at most.
Okay, so out of the married women, right? Okay, excluding the look.
Only 15% of black women qualified.
So let me go over the relationships then. Let me go over the relationships then. Okay, you have all these girls, right? Married relationships, whatever, right? You will leave your man to go with Drake.
I can't talk. Okay, Mrs. M3, right? I can't talk to somebody, right, who they're gonna spit stuff at me that don't apply to me. And what I'm saying to them is what you're talking about only applies to a small percentage of people. Otherwise, it has no relevancy. Meanwhile, if we're talking about what applies to the most people, we can't talk about that because we're talking about submission, right? Are we telling women who don't got nobody to submit to a man that ain't in their life? No. Are we telling women that's fucking around with niggas just fucking to submit to some fucking shit? No, we're not saying that. So who are we talking about? Who are we talking to? Married people? Okay, cool. 20% of the population is married. Now let me ask you something, Mrs. M3. When the last time in America have America gave a damn about something that only affected 20% of the population?
I don't know, but statistically speaking, 20% is a relevant amount.
Pretty much.
But of 20%, there could be 100% of 20, like 20%, like that would be all the 20%. But there could be a 15% of the 20%. I'm not sure exactly how he meant it, but if we're talking 20%, maybe he's talking a portion of the 20%. I don't know.
He got angry.
No, ain't nobody. See, now you're picturing me as an angry black man. I don't like that. But see, because if I put y'all as the angry black women, which most people say that's 100%, then y'all gonna feel on my ass, and then y'all gonna try to cancel me. You know what I mean? And then I'm gonna have to get that step down.
M3, hit the yup sound effect. Hit the yup sound effect.
No.
He's preaching though. He is preaching.
Let it run.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy.
Nope. But see, I'm thinking deep. I'm deep diving. I'm deep thinking right now, Queen, because you know why? You guys cannot fathom, okay? You guys cannot fathom the amount, okay? Whatever that I'm talking about. Anyways, I'm always losing my train of thought because I'm losing my brain cells arguing with you guys over these statistics or whatever. But you know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? In relationships, all you girls, right, will drop your mans, except for Mrs. M3, and make whatever, right, over Drake. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So, come on now, let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest.
Drake look like he's autistic, but
okay.
Thank you.
Now
he is not attractive like that. He is not. To y'all, gentlemen.
Hold on, y'all right now, because y'all.
So here's the thing: why y'all always putting out Future and Drake and all that? But why y'all keep messing with him? Why women keep messing with these guys?
Why y'all keep bringing him up? I don't understand. I just don't get it. What is
your Drake? Y'all complain about Nick Cannon, Drake, and Future, but y'all keep messing with these dudes. Why? Why do women keep messing with them? Tell me why. Y'all know why. Y'all know the girl talk.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it ain't all the money. It's not all about money.
Look at Nick Cannon. You think them women have a constant umbilical cord attached to him because they got kids.
Oh boy, here we go. This excuse.
I'm not saying they don't want him because I don't know why they want him, but why would you want someone whose whole goal is to damn repopulate the earth?
It's in your genes. To want someone, it's called hypergamy, okay?
No, it's called insanity. And he's gonna have a bunch of kids that's gonna be fatherless, which is why I still have a job. So keep doing it. Thank you for always needing social services because of assholes like you.
Nick Cannon don't need social services. He take care of all his kids. Nick Cannon don't need no social services. He take care of all his kids. He don't need you.
The women need it.
No, they don't, because he take care of all of them. He take care of the kids and when he got enough money.
Stop. Those kids are gonna need it later on.
No, they're not. They got his money. He's good. He's good.
They're not
He's
good.
He's good. He's good.
You sound crazy.
He's good.
So you
examples of the responsible men. I don't know.
I am crazy.
Hey, you know what? And Nick Cannon's doing God's work right now too, though. All right.
That's right. I am crazy.
Not Drake, not Nick Cannon, not Chris Brown. Like, there are some responsible men that are, you know, that wouldn't work. Those three, no. Find some other.
No.
Not them.
No, you don't get no options. Y'all don't get no options.
Every woman wants. You're right.
I get options. No, I don't get options. God damn it.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I said what I said. I'm mad.
I don't bullshit. Like if my glass is not break right now, I'm telling you.
My question is the issue with people like Nick Cannon and Future and people similar to them, is the issue that they're having too many kids that people feel they shouldn't have, or is the issue that like they can't afford the children that they're having, or is the issue they're not married to the women they're having the children with? Which one?
That's
is
the
issue?
point. Stay with the family that you created. That's if they're responsible men, that would be a responsible, okay, that's a good choice because they're providing and they stayed with the family that they created. They're not just going around creating and not committing
to
the family that he created.
What did the Bible say about, like, you know, polygamous relationships when the Kingz, right, which is they call AKA the modern, you know, the high value men. They have all kinds of wives.
They took care of them.
Exactly, and that's what Nick Cannon is doing to his family.
Yes.
Mariah Carey.
Okay. Mariah Carey's taking care of him allegedly.
They lived in the same.
That's why he don't want to get married, because she's taking care of him allegedly.
Nick Cannon got money. He got money. He got plenty of it.
They lived in the same household. You think Nick Cannon got all them women in one house? Stop using to correspond to your corruption. Don't do that. That's blasphemous. These got out of this. Ain't got a damn thing to do with Nick Cannon. Do not even.
He gonna get them all together because he's a man. He'll figure out. He'll get them all together. He'll get them all together. He gonna get them all together.
Look. The Bible says that men have to procreate, whatever.
Spread the seed. Spread the seed. Populate land.
Go ahead. I hope everything dry up real soon.
We're not drying up. We don't dry up till we die. Don't you know that?
Yeah, you do. You dry. That's why y'all got Viagra.
No, we don't need a Viagra, baby.
Yeah, okay.
We don't need a Viagra. Not at all.
I didn't say you. I said that's what it is. Viagra.
We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it.
And most young boys
we gotta drop it directly to IG though.
Function because they're so overstimulated. So look that statistic up.
Like, I ain't looking at those statistics. At the end of the day, to answer Lola's question, really, it's just a bunch of hate. All right, they're just hating because this man is doing what he wants to do, and he's doing what he has to do, and he's taking care of business. It has nothing to do with anything like that. A lot of women just hate because they can't even have that man, or they hate because he's not going to choose them or you want to be with them. It's a lot of hate, man. It's a lot of hate. Truth, I'm gonna send you the link. It's a lot of hate, man. A lot of hate. So that's what it really is, Lola. Because at the end of the day, I'm not concerned with what somebody else is doing with their eggs or what a woman is doing with her reproductive system. That's up to her. So why does anybody care what Nick Cannon do with his? It's his choice. And if he's taking care of responsibility, which he is financially, he's taking care of responsibility, and he's not dodging no responsibility. He's not dodging these kids. A lot of these brothers be dodging their kids. That's what you need to be focused on. Why you focus on a brother who actually is really taking care of his kids and trying to be in his kid's life? Y'all focusing on him, but y'all not focusing on the deadbeat dads. You're not focused on Leroy and them, who messing with all the women on the block and leaving all these children astray. But y'all want to focus on Nick Cannon, who actually financially is trying to take care of his kids and trying to actually be there. It's crazy to me. But go ahead.
I say love the one you're with, because the world is full of all kinds of relationships and what they look like. But if you could be content with who you are and what you have, and that person that you're with is content with who you are and who they are and what they have, you're going to rock it out. You're going to enjoy life. You're going to enjoy your relationship. And who cares what other people say? Like, whether it's, they say, oh, you're simping, this and that. You know what your relationship is. You define it.
I'm shaking my head like E-Man right now. And look, it's better to love many, right, than to hate one. Am I right?
Oh my God. Yo, what do you?
If you say so, but the truth of the matter is, every relationship that you're in gives you headache, gives you bliss. It just depends on the day.
Not if a man is hopping from one woman to the next. Maybe Monday, Susie is better, in a better mood, and then Tuesday, Rachel is probably like in a bad mood. But hey, if you have multiple people, right, that you can mess around with, you ain't gotta deal with those headaches.
Hey, how I say them three? Monday's Michelle, Tuesday's Tiffany, Wednesday's Wendy, Thursday's Cena. You know what I mean? Friday is Frederica, Saturday is Susan, and Sunday is Shelly. Holla at your boy.
And when they come to collect, you're broke.
No, it's okay. This is why conversations don't go forward. Because of buffoonery and ignorance. Thank you for once again putting us 10 years back in the past. Thank you. Thank you.
Top G was good, baby.
Thank you.
It's good, man. Listen, let me tell you something.
I'm cooking all night, baby. I'm here.
Yeah, and you burnt it.
I said the kitchen was open, man. Oh, man, goodness, man. I made sure y'all fricasseed this today, boy. Sheesh. Hey Lola, you gotta hand it to them. They tore your butt up today. You usually be holding your own, but they tore your butt up today. You ain't even have that much to say today like you usually do.
What is there to say? At the end of the day, right? Want some how to get a black man? It's like, listen, I don't really have those issues. Like, I'm not complaining that black men are leaving my community. Like, I don't have those issues. So when I sit and say I don't understand why women even care, because these niggas can't get you wet any other time. I really mean that. It's nothing really for me to say. It's like, what are you really complaining about when it comes to men leaving? So when certain types of men say, oh, well, I'm leaving, and then I find out later on in the background, oh, you the type that just want fuck and shit, and you mad that you can't fuck, so you want to blame them for not being traditional. Oh, I don't give a fuck about what happened to you. That is like, what else is there to say? Really?
Yeah, that's the whole thing that I don't understand. Like, nobody. The thing is, if you don't even like black men, you should actually be happy that they're going overseas. You see what I'm saying? Most of the people that complain about men and say men ain't doing stuff, and you shouldn't be upset that they're going somewhere else unless you are upset. You feel what I'm saying? I tell like when I be hearing black women talk about they're going to date white men, I be like, look, go ahead, you should. If that's the person that's going to love you and make you happy and everything, I don't get mad about that. Like if my daughter she go out here, go to college, and she come home with a white guy, I'm going to be fine with that, bro. As long as he love my daughter and treat her right. I'm not into this skin colorism stuff that it has to be a particular person with a pigmentation in his skin. That's who going to love you, bro? That's what it's supposed to be about.
Who loves you? Exactly. That's the point right there that we were making, I think, from the beginning. Like, the question was about passport brothers. Like, if they want to go, let them go. Like, at the end of the day, if they choose that life, it's their life. Like, unless you're attached to them by a child, what is there to? Oh, just come back. Don't leave the country. Like, why? Why are we even invested in that? Like, go, enjoy your life, be who you are, whatever,
Yeah, because y'all don't want them anyway, right? I mean, they like black men, bums, broke, dusty, all these types. So if they're going somewhere else, it shouldn't matter, right? They're nothing. Yeah, so I mean,
okay, certain men are bums and dusty, and they not all certain men. It's just like certain black men feel like if a white man take the trash out for us, cool. We don't care that we lost.
You heard that?
So even if they're not bums or dusty, they got money, whatever, but they don't want to be there. Why keep yourself miserable trying to make them?
Exactly.
Let them go.
So basically, this is what it is. 84.
So
somebody did say this before. The ones that women want, because you spoke about this earlier, you was like, you don't even want them. The ones that they want, that's who they scared that's going to go over there because the ones they want don't want them. They're going over there.
Facts.
They're upset about that. And that's basically what Lola is just saying. She was like, no, I got particular ones that are not what I deem not broken dusty. We don't want them to go over there. That's what it is. So, okay, gotcha.
And only that. Remember, I said, Truth. There's men who willingly will take care of these women and love them when they want to be loved, but they're not choosing that man. So that's why everything that they say in this whole panel been all cap because they all know they got one or two men that actually will marry them, take care of their ass, and really do right by them. They don't want that man. They don't want him at all.
Yeah, you just proved that man point the whole. That's why I said you was on fire.
I'm exempt from that because I have my man right there, Mr. M3.
That's right.
And I do too. So you're talking bullshit.
And I'm a good man too.
Yeah,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Mr. M3, you represent the decent women. That's you represent the minority. I put it like that. We need more of you out here.
Hey, it's two of us that are married on this goddamn panel.
Oh, you drive people crazy.
Well, hey, it don't matter. I don't deal with people. I got one man, motherfucker. So, and I know you ain't talking. I know you ain't talking.
You drive people crazy.
You gonna wipe out the whole female race. The way you come at people.
I sure am.
They all gonna run. So
I need a
gonna raid all the way.
I need a daggone
Nah, you don't need no
Thanos glove.
Nah.
To snap all women to empty.
Yeah, I need one of them too. I need one of them too. Word.
I know you do, brother. I know you do.
What you need?
The Thanos glove. The Thanos glove. Well, like I said, the Thanos glove.
Okay.
Snap y'all back to reality.
Well, remember, you wouldn't keep you. Never mind. I ain't even gonna go there.
That's why I've been told Rio when I first got a chance to go talk to them and everything. I told that man he won. And the sad part about it is it's just not a lot left. I mean, it's just not a lot left. Decent women, even married. Great women get scooped up. Ain't no man gonna be stupid to leave no decent women out here.
It's plenty of decent women.
Ain't no
but
man.
They're all married, Queen.
No, that's not true.
That's right.
That's like saying there's no decent men. That's bullshit. Y'all don't know that. What are you talking about? Just because in your little small circle, there ain't no one around you in your radius or your zip code. You saying there's no good women. That's bullshit. You don't know all the women. Man. You ain't been nowhere. And so, hold on. And if it's not, then what's wrong with you? Because you attract.
Well, I'm not looking for them though.
No, stop.
Right. See, so honey, that's what I'm saying. So she can't use that excuse. Even Rio saying it's trash out here.
If you attracted muskrats, wasps, gnats, and mosquitoes, then maybe you need to change up your
goddamn. So what's Rio's problem then?
Horrible.
Maybe you need to change up your cologne.
Why Rio still see the trash? And
I don't know. I'm not single. I don't have that problem.
All right then. That's what I'm saying.
So what you just said doesn't matter. There are no good people out there because that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Well, Queen, the Bible says no one is good.
Take a break and heal before you go back in the dating world. Because maybe you're still doing the same thing you did before, and it's not working. Obviously, because you're still single, right? So if someone keeps doing the same damn thing. What is it called? It's called insanity. If you want different results, do something different. Switch up. But you gotta check you. That's the problem. People don't check themselves. People don't give themselves time to heal before they jump back in it.
I'm waiting till she finished. But Queen,
they don't heal. So you keep doing the same thing, but you going with the same cocktail, wanting a different result. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
Okay, but Queen, the Bible said that no one is good.
I know you're not reading from the Bible. You need to close that Bible.
Well, I didn't read it. I'm just quoting the scripture that says no one's good.
In your hand. You shouldn't
even. I may be the only one that's good.
Don't even
I'm saying.
I'm trying to figure out. Because this is what I'm trying to figure out.
Stop.
Rio got is
that's
married.
Why people don't like
So Rio is married.
He make this up. They fight against the
and he see that there's majority of trash out here.
Who said that?
So what?
What? What happened?
Who?
You just said something. What did you say?
Oh, I said Rio is married, and even he sees majority of trash.
Who's Rio?
Who's Rio?
You said Rio?
M3. Someone M3. Let him finish, Queen.
Oh.
Go ahead.
M3.
I couldn't hear him.
Mr. M3.
Yeah, M3. I'm not gonna call him as his whole thing. M3. He even sees that as trash. I'm pretty sure the same thing with 84. He has whoever he's with, he's with them.
So you're right.
But I'm pretty sure that he's
right.
like, well, this trash out here ain't like what I got. I'm pretty sure you see that.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. M3, am I right?
Look, truth. Let me put people up
I
again,
didn't say
right?
that there wasn't trash, but to say that there's no good out there, that's not
Hold
true.
on, Queen. Let him 3 answer. Hold on, Queen. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Y'all clown.
Look, let people up again. Look, truth, right? Now look, we all know that we could differentiate a woman who is holy in nature, right? You know what I mean? And a woman like who is trash. Now, of course, nobody's in this panel is trash, so don't be in your feelings about this, okay? What I'm about to say, because you know I say some vulgar stuff, right? But here's the thing, right? There's gonna be some women that if I know that you're trash, I'm definitely gonna treat you like trash. And Mr. Best can vouch for this.
Yeah.
You know, he knows how to treat some of these women. Okay? It could be all around the world. I don't care. All right? If you are trash and you talk to me in a certain kind of way, be prepared. All right? Be prepared for darkness to come around your way. All right? So be careful when you acting unruly. Now, if you are, a friendly type of woman, I'm going to treat you accordingly. Okay? So in simple terms, okay, as long as you're nice, you're going to get my true self. Because I'm a nice person. Okay? It hurts me to be mean to some of these trash bitches. But the thing is that like you put me in my toxic masculinity, and then I have no choice but to treat you like trash. You know, I don't want to have to do this. Look. Man, truth, you just don't know the struggles that I go through, man. That's the black man.
You know, I'm 100%. Hey, listen, those are my sentiments exactly. I mean, hey, that's what it is. See, I think you guys are a little bit more lenient than I am, as far as like what you just said. I think y'all are a lot more patient than what I am.
Well, so you got to follow the Bible, man. So you know.
I think y'all are a lot more patient where I am, because I ain't been patient with none of this trash stuff out here at all. Flat out.
Oh, you okay?
It's called order.
I'm losing my patience, though, Truth. I'm losing my patience. Because I can't, because trash is trash, and I can't keep taking the trash no more.
Come on, brother. Come on. I listen. Listen. I loved everything today, man. I'm trying to tell you. We got to start representing and start being men, and that's what's got to be done. Be men. Do not be running around here simping. Don't be running around here pandering. Don't be running around here agreeing just because they smiling and all that type of stuff. No. Be men, man. Straight up. Don't be agreeable. Be men. Because the thing is this. We're going to get, if something screw up, guess who's going to get blamed for it? As it should be. The man. See, they want to be the passenger seat, and they want to tell us how to drive. And then when we hit something, guess what they're gonna say? Well, why you even listen to me? It's your fault.
Ooh.
That's what they're gonna say. And that's exactly what that's exactly what God said. Because Adam said, hold up, ain't this the woman you gave me? He tried that bull crap. No, the point was you should have never listened to her. So that's why I'm saying, please, man, stand on your square. Do not listen to them ever.
You know what's hard about hearing that what Truth is just saying is this week, 1 Corinthians 14, I was reading, and it specifically said, and take it or leave it, it's just what the scripture said. I read through it, I'm like, that's hard to agree with. But it specifically said, women, keep quiet in the church. If you have questions, ask your husband at home.
That's right.
And I've read it before, and then I was like, why did I read that this week? I don't know. But hearing you say what you just said, like most people are like, oh, that's messed up. But 1 Corinthians 14, you can read it for yourself. It follows the scripture that talks about love, which is 1 Corinthians 13. And
That's right.
14, that's one of the things. Like, yeah, I was like, dang.
David, so you see, I gotta put you on like eyewitness protection because the feminists are gonna come after you now. You shouldn't have said that. And they use references to the 1 Corinthians 13 scripture. Oh shit.
I'm not saying I keep quiet all the time myself. I don't. Like, it's convicting because it's one of the things that I'm like, man, to build a conviction around that would be difficult because it challenges my own character to want to express my knowledge and wisdom and all those kinds of things that I feel like I have from growing up in the church. But it's, you know, as far as when you're at the church, it's saying keep quiet. That's
you see, and that right there is
let me say this real quick, Truth. No man wants a woman that's just over talking, overbearing, and just loud and disruptive. We don't want that. We don't really want y'all to really say much at all, really. You know, and God knows that. That's why He put that scripture in there. He knows that. We don't really like. I was having a talk with you know what I mean, one of the female, you know, business partners that I had, and she was asking me a question. Well, why? You know, why do sometimes men, why you act like you don't be bothered sometimes? I'm like, listen, sometimes we just like to be left alone, and we really don't want y'all saying much. We really don't. And God knows that. He knows the nature of us. We love y'all. We really would do anything for y'all, but sometimes we don't want you to say anything. A lot of times we don't want you. We really don't want to hear anything from you. A lot of times, because we got so much on our back, we're dealing with so much stress. And just being a man, period, is hard. And God knows that. So that's why He put that scripture in there. He knows our nature. He knows who we are as men. And he wants the best for us, and He wants the best for you. That's why He tells y'all the best thing to do is to be quiet, submissive, and feminine. Be in that nature. And listen, when you do that, you will receive all the blessings. You know what I'm saying? It'll be like a pot of gold. It'll be like you'll be swimming in gold. You know what I mean? Like Donald Duck. You know what I mean? Or Scrooge McDuck, my bad. You know what I'm saying? You be swimming in gold. You know what I mean? It's better sleep on the corner of the rooftop than live in a house with a quarrelsome woman. That's right. We don't want to be with nobody quarrelsome. Learn how to be quiet and chill. You know what I mean? The more submissive and feminine you are, the better it will be for you. The better it will be for you. So I gotta say.
Yeah, and that's my point. So that's my daggone point right there. When people ask me, "Hey, why are you single?" Because I'm not doing it.
Look, for the listeners,
it ain't a daggone problem getting.
I don't want somebody to think that
getting a daggone woman. The problem is, huh?
I don't know if y'all can hear me. Y'all just purposely being like that. But what I was saying was that I know y'all speaking about the Bible, but when y'all speak about the Bible, you're speaking about it from the Christian standpoint of somebody that takes that verse that was quoted as God talking. I just want everybody to know I'm not Christian, and I don't.
No, it's an apostle that said that, and he said he was speaking for himself at that time.
They take that as God telling them what to do. They can do that. I just want everybody to know who's listening. I'm not Christian, and I don't subscribe to that. I'm just being quiet because I'm not Christian.
Good.
No. We know. It ain't about like
that. Yeah, we know that. That's why I was saying for those of us who do follow the word and the faith and everything, and then of course,
salute to the homie Fatty, what up?
What's up, Fat? We got some women running around here claiming that they, you know, that's what they follow. And just like Miss M3 said, he said, this is something that I have to work on. You know, and the thing is, when I have read it many a times, it convicted me. See, that's what. Hey,
Fatty, check your IG, Fatty. Check your IG, Fatty.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Those type of things is not found in today's time. Usually with women, they love to say, hey, Christ said, love your wife as Christ loved the church, but like she just read that scripture, they'll skip over that. They'll skip over 1 Timothy where it says the woman is the weaker vessel and she was also confounded by the serpent. They don't go to those type of things. They only go to the stuff that the man is supposed to do to try to invalidate. Let's follow the whole entire word and let's get in order where it says God, Jesus, man, woman. That's the order. It didn't say woman, go around your man and try to get to Christ. It's that order. And this is another thing. A lot of people, when they quote that, they'll try to say husband and wife. If you actually read it, it says man and woman, not just husband and wife. This is a directive even for order of man and women. It's still in that proper order.
I think that's why the same apostle that said what he said to the Corinthians, because that was Paul, also said it's better to be single if you can handle it.
Yes. Yep.
Those are the rules. Like, you know, like if you want to be married, these are the things you're going to come across. And there's not always going to be easy times. There's going to be the hard times too, where you don't want to be quiet. You don't want to shut up. You want to speak your piece and speak your mind. He's like, for him, it was just easier to be single. Like you're saying, truth, it's easier to be single for you because all the stuff that comes with the relationship is not, it doesn't go away.
Mm-hmm. Because the thing is, it's like, okay, all right, so some of these people, if you actually listen to their relationships, they're in relationships with women. But the thing is, it's like the stuff that they have to give up as a man to just be in that relationship. I'm not conforming and being like, can't say nothing, scared because she either not going to talk to me or take away, giving up the box and doing all this type of stuff just to be with somebody. Like, hell no, I'm not doing that. That's like, in other words, that essentially makes you my God if I'm doing all this type of stuff just to be in a relationship. Like not even being a man no more, just to be with you. Heck no, if I got no, we going to either do it the right way or not at all. And a lot of women don't want to do it the right way because they're getting with men that are saying like they're so desperate to get some tail and be in a relationship that they're willing to conform to their daggone wives and everything, where their wives is running their lifestyle. I'm not doing it. I'm not. I'll be goddamn.
All right, cool.
All right, good night. On that note, are we done?
Yeah, we could wrap it up because I'm already getting tired. It's already getting late, y'all. But look, salute to everybody that tuned in. Team Fatty, what's up? Thank you, man. Great Coat Podcast. Salute to you. ESO, thank you as well. Truth, the top G. Man,
always, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, Truthful Thursday's coming soon, y'all. Truthful Thursday's coming soon.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Queen. Yeah.
I'm gonna miss that show.
Yeah.
You'll be right there as you always are. You'll be right there as you always are. You'll be right there.
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna block all alerts.
Great.
Oh hell no! I'm turning my internet off.
Yeah, Great Bill. We're about to wrap up now, though, man. You know, but
no, we only Great Bill.
Oh my goodness!
All right, so
I'm coming through. I got your support.
Of course, man. Man, you know I love you. That's
okay, so let me make a quick announcement. So tune in at 4:00 Pacific time, okay, for a Immersive Chronicles of Lola special. You probably will be surprised, but anyways, I'm not gonna give much away. Just tune in, be there sharp at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time, okay? Which that would be 5, 6, 7 o'clock Eastern time. So tune into that, folks. So 4:00, like 4:00 Wednesday Pacific time. Yeah, and then 7 o'clock Eastern time. So if you're in the East Coast, it'll be 7 o'clock. If you're in the West Coast, it will be 4 o'clock.
What's that about? What show is that? Not gonna tell us?
Yeah, Chronicles of Lola, but yeah. Anyways, so it will be a close panel between Lola and her guest. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this Friday?
No. This
Wednesday.
Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
Okay, this Wednesday. All right, that's going to be good.
Yeah.
You not letting nobody up?
Close panel between Lola and her guest. You don't want to come up anyway. I'm just letting you know. Anyways, we'll talk about it. But anyways, thank you anyways, guys, and we will be back again soon. So to be continued. Peace.
Have a good one. Peace.
Knowledge and relationships